Hey everybody, welcome to another stream. It's Tuesday, and we're over halfway through July now. A little after 2:30 p.m. here in fabulous Las Vegas. Thanks for joining me. How's everybody doing? A lot of people arrivers. Hello, Amber Moon, Dappa Kappa, Slight Inconvenience. Welcome back, Aranor and Rhodey. And Secret Warrior, Yannervite, Miss Rin. Bonaparte is here. Why did I get a mature warning? Because Twitch doesn't think that you're mature enough to handle this kind of content. This kind of Diablo killing demons? That's only for adults. Just bloody work. Anyway, we got a lot to do today. We're gonna start by just doing a classic patch notes reading stream. I've already read most of the notes because I couldn't help myself, but I have a lot to sort of say, and for what I want to say to have any kind of context, you have to look at the notes. And also I'd like to refresh myself anyway, because I kind of just skimmed through them in a random order. It started like, I just want to know what you did to my barbarian. What did you do to my barbarian? And then I started there, and then I was like, okay, well, what did you do to sorcerer? Okay, and okay, well, what did you do to everybody? And then I like ended up kind of digging a little bit much. Let's just say it's going to be a little tumultuous to get started today. I'm kind of going in with what's the word? I would say my teeth have been sharpened. Might be an idiom. Maybe a little rabid drooling, perhaps. I think it'd be accurate to describe anyone who reads these patch notes sees red afterward. These are some good phrases that we use in English to, I think, shed some light on frothing at the mouth. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I couldn't quite pick that one out. We've got a lot of beast-related analogies, don't we? Because it was the equivalent of, I would say, I'm just trying to set your expectations also for at least my general disposition today, because the way that I would describe it is walking into a brick wall. Like, I woke up and I was like, oh cool, it's Diablo patch day, fantastic. I am so excited to see what they're doing in the game. And like somebody was just like had their arm out like this, and I just went just clotheslined into their arm. That's sort of how I would describe how it felt to get up this morning. So I've just been walking around like randomly yelling at the wall, and the cats and the dog are just like, what are you doing? While they like eat, you know, I like give them their food and they're just like yum yum yum, and they're just like, what is he saying back there? So we got a lot of explanation to do. So the patch notes are good. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no. Lots of good if you are unable to read or illiterate. So those are the important things you need to make sure. If you do decide to look at the patch notes, just make sure that you are unable to read. Like, we're gonna go through and sort of break it down. But I think the reason I kept reading, because I was like, I should react to this on stream before I opened it up, and then I was like, hold on, but these patch notes were bad. I'll just keep reading to make sure that there's some good things in there. And then I kept reading, and I was like, wait a second, what's happening? And then I kept reading, and then I kept reading, and then I kept reading, and my stomach just kept dropping further and further, because I was like, oh, it's more like secondhand embarrassment. I'm not actually, like, I think 50% of it is I am upset with what I have seen. And the other 50% is, come on, like, just put me in charge. You can't have a PR disaster. This is gonna be like a huge disaster for general, I would say, the perspective that players have on the game. Especially after they had done so much to kind of claw into the good graces of most of the people playing. Like, the last few patches have just been like, whoa, that's great. Ah, the next one, yes, this is so good. And then the third one, they're like climbing up again. Oh, we're getting even better. And then this one was like they crested the mountain after they're like climbing up, and they peek over the edge, and then like Blizzard is just there, and they like step on your fingers while you're like on the ledge, and you could like fall backwards down the side of the mountain after clawing your way up. So it's really weird. Like, I could talk about, I'm trying to give people a little time to roll in here since it's only been a few minutes. What I'm hearing is less people are going to want to participate in the Season 1 challenge, so I have a higher chance of winning. Yeah. Yeah, that's accurate. Unfortunately. I need to make popcorn for this ETAL rant. It's going to be good. Oh yeah, it's just going to be ranting for like the next hour. However long it takes to go through the patch notes. That's the attitude we need. Yeah, before we get into all the gritty details, I will say that it has had a very specifically familiar impact on my excitement and hype. And what I'm gonna do today is I'm going to give it and the reason it's specifically familiar is because it reminds me of Marvel Snap. This is like the Snap Strike 1 patch. This is like the first of 3 mess ups you get before, like, it's that bad. We're at Marvel Snap levels of problems, and I am shocked. Like, I really got blindsided by it, I think. Because of the people that I know, and of all of my friends, I was the last person who was like, I love Diablo 4. Like, everyone else had stopped playing, was like, it's not for me. Like, they're missing a bunch of things that I want from the game. And I was like, okay, but I still love it, and there's a lot that I enjoy about it. And I'm really excited about Season 1. So if a patch is having this kind of impact on me, who has been, I would say, an apologist for Diablo 4 up till now, because I've actually really enjoyed it. I put it in my top 3 games of the year. Then how much of an impact is it going to have on the people who were already on the fence or not feeling so hot, you know? Sound the snap alarms. But anyway, I think I'm just gonna continue and allow the competition to go on, because I don't want to cancel it. But I feel stupid now. Is how I would describe my situation. Like, I feel dumb for allowing myself to believe. To be fair, the competition hasn't even started. I know. But I still, like, today is going to be a big determining factor, okay? This is why we're playing today. Because I have been playing the same character for many hours. We're playing the Barbarian. And I know you've only gotten to see it like one time. But I know what it's supposed to do and how it's supposed to perform. And I'm playing an off-meta Barbarian. So regardless of whatever on-meta stuff did or didn't get nerfed, I know what to expect from the gameplay today. And if it, like, depending on what happens, I'll kind of know what my plans are for Season 1. if that makes sense. Like, if it is, it'll either be damning today and put me so off that I just rage quit Diablo, or it's gonna be like, it's not that bad. It's not that different. Have a train competition instead. You just wanted to do something neato. Yeah, I wanted to, like, I have a lot of thoughts. I'm gonna keep playing because I haven't beaten the campaign yet. Yeah, the campaign's really fun. It's still, like, it doesn't ruin the experience that I've already had. It's just, I think the patch is an example of it's better to be silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt scenario. Like, no patch today and just releasing Season 1 would have been a preferable way to handle things. And I think that the patch, in many ways, reflects the removing all doubt. If it helps, pretty much the whole community is up in arms, so I'd expect some reversions. Yeah, I think that they have to. I think that for sure they have to. We'll don't worry. For those of you that are confused, we're gonna go into details here now. It's been about 15 minutes. Okay, we had enough time. I just wanted to make sure that as the ball gets rolling here, because there's gonna be a lot of people coming in being like, what are you talking about? But yeah, I'm a little peeved. I want to hit 100, so I'm still gonna play 2. Yeah, like, I have a character who's like 88-ish, and I would have liked to have hit 100. They probably just made these changes a month ago and just finished QA. Yeah. This whole patch reeks of... That's why it reminds me so much of Marvel Snap. Because that's exactly what would happen in Snap. They would make patches that were centered around things that were outdated by the time they were actually released. And it's not that they're all outdated here, it's just that many of the things that are changed in today's patch actually go directly opposed to their stated intention from the last 2 to 3 patches. Like, if you just go back and read their developer notes for the last couple patches before this one, they have different ideologies, so it feels like a weird dichotomy between the two different styles. They're going in the opposite direction. Today's patch, we can put this in train terms. Today's patch is the equivalent of playing Derail Valley and driving the DM3 with the stick shift and money shifting the game. They just money shifted the game. They tried to shift up, but they actually shifted down. This is the money shift patch. And the RPMs are flying, they're just going, and it just explodes the gearbox. He loves Derail Valley. I do love Derail Valley. Which is why, after we play a bit, if things are actually as bad as they seem, I'm just gonna play Derail Valley after a while, okay? If they're not as bad as they seem, I actually do want the Barbarian Unique that got added. It's the only thing that is a small redeemable quality. It's really, I don't even know if it's that good, but I can actually use it for my build. So I do have something to do. I have something to accomplish in Diablo outside of complaining. Can we give it another go at Xenonauts 2? Maybe later. Not today. The one thing that pisses me off in games, and it's not the fault of the developers, they didn't do it to me on purpose, but I hate save corruptions, and it's like I have a small candle of interest in something, and then that just gets snuffed out whenever I have to restart from scratch. Unless I restart of my own free will. Like being made to sort of Basically, we would play 3 or more hours of Xenonauts just to catch up to where we were before. And pretending that that's all new content and not... I don't like going through the motions and just being like, click, fast, clicker, fast, fast, fast. Just to try to catch up. Have you played Outer Wilds? Yeah, it's fantastic. I played the DLC too. One of the best games ever. All aboard. All aboard the patch notes. All right, let's look. Let's take a look. And I'll try and do some explanations. There's my boy. That's my Barb back there. Okay, let's get some music on. I mean, we have music on, but less spooky music. Killer stash. Hey, thanks. I wanted the dad Barb. The dad Barb was... You know what? We can listen to D2 while we do this. Might be good. Okay, patch note time. This dad could beat up my dad. Alright, somewhere around here is good, and I'll just kind of like... I got it zoomed in so you can see it a little easier. Alright, the patch notes. The Diablo 4 patch notes. Let's get into the specifics. I've tried to prepare you. Italics, are you doing Barbenheimer? No, I'd love to, but I hate going out in public. No, I don't like going to see movies with other people. I want to see movies by myself because I'm very specific about how I like to enjoy movies. And it's easier for other people to ruin my enjoyment, so I just choose not to go. If that makes sense. Like, I am more hyper-focused on the fact that someone sat next to me when they could have sat one seat space between us, then I will be able to enjoy the movie. Like, that will just, that alone will make me hate having paid for like $35 tickets to go to the movies. I don't want to see another person. I don't want to smell another person. I don't want to listen to them bring in their like 4 McDonald's cheeseburgers that they slipped into their purse and are unwrapping and bringing out and like having the fries smell in the theater. Like, no. I don't want to chance that. I don't want someone with like the candy box and like they can't get it open. That drives me insane. So I just choose not to go. I used to go weekday mornings. Weekday mornings are great. Yeah, like matinee showings are fantastic. The problem is movies these days. There's so many blockbusters. I prefer also going in IMAX. Like if I can't see it in IMAX, I won't go at all because my theory is if I'm gonna go to the movies and see one of their small screens, why not just stay home and use my small screen? So if I'm gonna go out to the theater and buy tickets and like get popcorn and everything else, it's gotta be on the big screen. Otherwise, what's the point? So, but there's so many blockbusters that the movies are only in IMAX for like 5 days now. So you have like 4 or 5 days, if that, to even see the movies. So you have to go in, and I hate opening weekend. You understand. This is just like everything that I say is something that I dislike, so I end up just staying home. Instead of going and like, I'm not the kind of person that will go in spite of the things that I know about myself that I dislike, and then, hey, excuse me, I'm making a scene in the movies to be confrontational, to get you to stop so that I can, like, I'm not that kind of person. I'd rather just, like, avoid the conflict and stay home. Is the patch being received well? No, not at all. Let's go into why. Okay, starting at the top. Not to mention the vast majority of IMAX are digital and not real IMAX. That's also true. That's also true. They're like fake IMAX. That's a good point. So, starting with the good, there are 6 new unique items. One of them is unobtainable, okay? Because they can be obtained from any world tier, but the first one A Havarian Spear of Lycander is an uber unique, which means it is another uber rare, which means it is probably going to be less than 10 in the world, like, ever found in the next 3 months. So for all intents and purposes, this item does not exist. Which, for the record, I personally don't really mind the uber rares existing the way that they do. If that's what they want, that's fine. However, I am also smart enough to have not added a new one in the first patch after seeing how big of a public relations issue they have been for my game, right? Just leave the ones that are already there, and then just don't add another one in the first patch, when one of the main complaints in your game is there's not enough items to chase. So I think that the decision to release it now is probably poorly made. Because, like, first of all, I don't even know if this would be usable, because the shrine effect, once every 30 seconds, but you get it for 20 seconds after killing an elite, could be amazing. Like, this could actually be really, really good. But the problem, of course, is that it's a staff, or it's a spear, so it's a two-hander. Wait, no, it's a spear of Lycander, but it's an uber unique staff. Okay, that's a little confusing. So it's not a polearm, it's a staff. Either way, it would take up your weapon slots. So it's probably very good, but it does remove, like, a two-handed weapon aspect, I guess. Anyway, Barbarians. This is the one that I'm after today. This is the one that I hope I find. Azure Wrath. It's just a unique one-handed sword. Your core skills have up to a 20% chance to freeze enemies for 3 seconds and deal cold damage to them. 3-second freeze, and it is on lucky hit, so that's the only downside. But it is potentially usable in my specific build. So I will actually try to get this and try and roll, I guess, the 1.5 cold damage. But yeah, free movement speed from the shrines would be amazing too. But your luck with the random shrine effect, you just keep getting greed shrine over and over again. What's the best barb lucky hit percent? It varies. It's kind of complicated as well, because, like, the ability that I use has 2 hits, because I'm using double slash or whatever it's called. I don't know the names of the moves. Double swing. So it has 2 hits. So it's technically 2 chances to proc lucky hit on, like, a 22%. I think my double swing is 22%, but it has 2 hits if you hit with both. So I don't know the other ones off the top of my head. But my entire build is predicated on attack speed, so it's double swing really fast all the time, so the faster my attack speed, the more chance I have to proc this. So that's why I think it would actually be good for me. Druid gets Flesh Render. One-handed mace, debilitating roar, and blood howl deal damage to nearby poison enemies. Don't worry, this is not actually 0.5 damage. This is a modifier that scales. So it's not, because, like, to the untrained eye, wow, 0.5 damage, so impressive. But no, it's those are numbers that represent a, like, percentage. It scales with item power of the item. Lidless Wall for Necros. It's a unique shield with lucky hit. While you have an active Bone Storm, hitting an enemy outside a Bone Storm has a 5 to 25% chance. Why would you even make a unique that has a minimum 5%? Please tell me. Just to piss people off? 5%? Chance to spawn an additional Bone Storm at their location. Each of your active sacrifice bonuses increase the chance by 25%. And the total number of additional Bone Storms you can have by +1. Okay, Necromancers, is this cool? Give me a rating out of 10 for what you think about this if you've used Bone Storm. Because I have no context for this. It could be fun. Bone Storm has a 5 to 24%. So you can have an extra Bone Storm if it hits an enemy outside. So you throw a Bone Storm down. If you hit enemies while the Bone Storm's going on, but they're not in the Bone Storm, it can make another Bone Storm. And then active sacrifice bonuses gives it an increased chance. This is always confusing to me, the way that they word this. Does it increase your chance additively by 25? Or is it 25% of whatever this is? So like if you have a 5, is it like plus 1.25% chance? Or is it a 30% chance? I believe the idea is that it's 100% at best. Okay. Issue is it's a shield which no one really uses. I'm guessing it's 25% of your roll. See, I don't know. That's the problem. It's not clear. Additional number of Bone Storms you can have by +1. How many Bone Storms can you have usually? The reason I'm being so inquisitive is because if I end up not doing Sorcerer, I'm going to try Necromancer in Season 1. Sorcerer is my number 1, but you'll see why I might need to roll Necromancer instead. Okay, Rogue got Eaglehorn Bow. Penetrating Shot has a 30 to 80% chance. This isn't even lucky hit, it just is. Chance to fire an arrow that bounces off walls and scenery. Hitting enemies from behind with Penetrating Shot will make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. So that's very specific and complicated. You would have to be lined up perfectly with your enemies. Wish a different ability got the unique for Rogue. Rogue Bow looks cool, but it's not like Penetrating Shot needed a buff. Interesting. I have no concept of Rogue. How much do you hate yourself? That dictates whether or not you should go Source. That's fair. Patch Note stream? Hell yeah, Patch Note stream. The Oculus Wand. Sorcerers everywhere are very excited about this, right, sorcerers? You can use now a unique wand where you can get a teleport enchantment for free. I believe teleport enchantment is an enchantment for sorcerer. You only get 2 enchantment slots, and one of those 2 could have been teleport, which would make your dodge or your dash change into a teleport with a cooldown, like a longer cooldown on your evade, if I'm not mistaken. So now you can get a free teleport enchantment, but when you evade, you are taken to a random location and you don't know where you end up. Adding this item when people are already upset with source balance is chef's kiss. Call my source, he's crying. That plus Fists of Fate, the Las Vegas gamer. Just RNGesus source build. Okay, chat, if I were Blizzard, here's what I would have done for this patch, and everyone would have made me the new president of Blizzard. This, just a regular unique, not an uber unique. Leave it as is. Barbarian. I actually think that the Barbarian unique is fine because chance to freeze could actually be an interesting, like, new crowd control effect, given some other patch notes that the Barbarian has encountered. And also, dual-wield swords are probably the least used overall in Barbarian, so trying to shore up one-handed swords is probably fine. Not ideal, but it's not... This isn't bad, but it's not good. Let's put it like that. I honestly don't know how the Druid mace is, because I don't know how much damage this is. I would definitely make this not a 5%. I would like chat says pick a different ability than penetrating shot and just make this say only this part. If they made a unique for sorcerer that is a unique wand and it just said gain the effect of teleport enchantment for free, oh, wow, that sounds fun and interesting. Like 75% of the sorcerer stuff has a weird downside that makes it feel bad to use. At least it's free materials. Don't salvage uniques, sell them. It's worth a lot more money to sell them. Okay, there's also 7 new legendary aspects. The audacity of this blizzard. When there are at least 5 close enemies, this is for all classes, class agnostic. When there are at least 5 close enemies, stun them for 2 to 4 seconds. This can only occur once every 20 seconds. So what I'm curious about is if you were a sorcerer using your unique chest that stuns after teleporting, I'm assuming you would stun and then Audacity would accidentally fire off at the exact same time, making it useless, would be my guess. So you probably would want to use this with other classes. The other thing is, it says when there are at least 5 close enemies, stun them for 2 to 4 seconds. Does it stun them? So it doesn't say stun 5, it stuns 5 or more once every 20 seconds. This may actually have some decent utility, I think, for Barbarian. Like my Barbarian in particular, I leap in to enemies, which doesn't stun implicitly. So if I could leap in and insta-stun by leaping into a group, that might actually be useful. 20 seconds is fairly long cooldown, but it is just a free stun. 20 seconds is a lifetime when mobs die in 2 to 3. It is. But sometimes, for a couple of my builds, I've had a free aspect that like a wildcard aspect, where my build is good, but it's not so tight that I can't give up. Like, I have one extra aspect at pretty much all times that I can do whatever I want with. So I'm constantly trying to find something to fill that niche. You gain 20 to 40% increased move speed when moving away from slowed or chilled enemies. They won't be dying in 2 to 3 seconds after this patch. All right, settle down, everybody. Settle down. We haven't even got there yet. When this says moving away, does that mean literally away? Or does that mean if you are near slowed or chilled enemies, like if you move toward them, do you move slower than if you move backward away from them? Interesting. Also, can I just make another complaint about the patch notes? It's very odd that they don't include whether things are additive or multiplicative in their own patch notes. Almost like the people who wrote the patch notes don't know the difference between those two things, is what I would guess. And how significant the difference is there. I'm assuming it's additive, but if it were multiplicative, it'd be amazing. Okay, so those are the 2 general ones. Ancestral Charge for Barbarian. Charge calls forth 4 Ancients who also charge, dealing 50 to 1. Aw, 50 half damage? This one just sounds funny to me. I can't think of a good build for it. Charge calls forth 4 Ancients who also charge. So you have 5 charges simultaneously, which all charge picks up and pushes enemies against walls, so I feel like that's just going to scatter all the enemies around into different areas. Charge is also a skill. Yeah, charge is a skill for Barbarian that does what it says. This patch is a huge deal. It will definitely affect gameplay. Parentheses, I haven't played Diablo 4 ever. Understand. What's up, Mary Skipper? I'm not caught up, chat. Why are we salty? We're getting to that part, Mary Skipper. We're getting to that part. This is just the... these are the softballs first. We haven't gotten to the part for why we're salty. But for those of you who joined late, I've already previewed the patch, and it is Marvel Snap levels of bad. And I'm not exaggerating. There's a lot of reasons to be salty. We'll get to those. Okay. Subterranean. The Druid. Poison Creepers active. Also cast Landslide in a circle around you. Earth skills deal 10 to 20%. We don't know if this is multiplicative or additive. If this is multiplicative, I feel like this is an interesting aspect. I think this is just a meme aspect for Barbarian. As a Barbarian who makes off-meta builds. This is a meme aspect. This actually seems like it could be good if it's multiplicative, like really good, if that's a 20% multiplicative damage to poison enemies. So I'd give that one a A to S tier as someone who doesn't have a druid who's above level 44. Necromancer. Blood Lance consumes blood orbs to also conjure lances from them. Each additional Blood Lance deals 20 to 50% of normal damage and prioritizes targeting unlanced enemies. I cannot physically visualize what this means. I've never even seen Blood Lance. So chat can tell me how good or bad this is. Every third cast of Puncture is poison imbued with 100 to 150% normal potency. No idea what Puncture is. Searing Wards. After spending 200 to 100 mana, your next Firewall is free to cast and will destroy incoming small missiles. Wowie. One free Firewall for me? Don't spend that all in one place. I shall wait warmly for the salt. You won't have to wait very much longer. Could have used some web imps to show these aspects in action. That would be cool, yeah. Like a video of the ability. The Rogue one is good. Druid one is pretty decent. Bonus damage on Earth-tagged Pulverize. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually playing Poison Creeper Landslides. That one just seems good to me. Alright, bug fixes. We don't need to read these specifically. But rewards and progression. These are just for like achievos. This is for local co-op play. Fix some local co-op stuff. I did have this one. Fix an issue where the player would not be able to receive enough Animus to progress Hallowed Ossuary. I went to the dungeon and it's like, gather this much Animus by killing elites. And I walked through that entire dungeon 5 times. It's like, where is it? And I guess I'll just leave the dungeon now. I couldn't complete it. So that's been fixed. Fixed an issue. Okay, so these are just some bugs. Monster regen. Different dungeon bugs. Okay, gameplay. Barbarian. That's me. Fixed an issue where the number of enemies to defeat for the Barbarian class quest was not displayed. Didn't have that problem. Fixed an issue where Iron Maelstrom could be cast more than 3 times rapidly casting Warcry. What? This is a really weird wording for this. I'm not sure what the hell it means by like casting Warcry, but there was an issue, and I'm curious if this has been fixed. I use Iron Maelstrom, by the way, where Iron Maelstrom is a 3-pronged attack. It does attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3 in succession, and it would frequently bug where it would cast the animation 2 or 3 times, but not actually do the damage. So it would go like revving a lawnmower, like, you know, and then the third one would actually cast and do all the damage. So I'm wondering if they're saying it could be cast more than 3 times rapidly casting Warcry. Yeah, I know, but what the syntax of the sentence doesn't make any sense. I've seen it repeat the final swing. Yeah, it has a problem repeating the final swing, and I don't know if that's the issue or if I don't understand what war cry has to do with anything. I don't know what this patch note means. Fix an issue where stacking Berserk, Ripping, Skullbreaker, and Anemia aspects would allow the player to deal extreme amounts of damage. What are these aspects? Berserk Ripping is stacking bleed. Your attacks deal bleed damage. Okay, that's a mainstay on every build for barbarians. Skullbreakers. Stunning a bleeding enemy deals a percentage of their bleeding to them. Okay. And Anemia is direct damage has a chance to stun enemies. I use that one too. I used 2 out of 3 of these. I'm hoping that I wasn't doing the extreme amounts of damage and that's been fixed. I wasn't using the one where you stun them. I mean, where you deal their bleeding damage when you stun them. Fixed an issue where the outer edge of Quakes was dealing far more damage. We recognize this adjustment is a significant decrease to Hoda build, but we do not want its strength to be reliant on an underlying bug. Therefore, we will not be buffing it. My favorite part, we fixed Hoda so it doesn't work. Okay, Druid patches. I don't know these very well, so we're not going to read them all 100% for every single class. I'll read it. We'll skim through. Chat, if there's something specific to your class, I will read the Sorcerer ones. But you can feel free to call them out in the chat, because I don't know what aspects are for Druid. Off name only. There's no developer note, so I'm assuming that some of these are bugs. Fix an issue where seeking tornadoes produced by Storm Chaser would not deal damage. I feel like I experienced that while playing Druid, actually. Rabies would deal no damage while standing very close to an enemy. Fix an issue where Stormclaw's aspect allowed Shred to do extreme amounts of damage. Shred build nerfed. Get wrecked. Necromancer. Could not obtain daggers. Daggers illegal from the Curiosity vendor. I don't know what most of these moves are, so... Moving on to Rogue. I don't know anything about Rogue either, to be perfectly honest. PvP, who cares? I'm just kidding. Fix an issue where twisting blades would not come back. My daggers! Those are my daggers! I feel like that's the inherent weakness. If anything, Diablo should be more realistic in that way, where if you rely on throwing daggers as a primary source of damage, if the enemy runs away with their dagger still lodged inside their body, that's just too bad. You should have probably not thrown your dagger at them. Shred had a couple of people hit 2 billion damage or something. Fix an issue where dash skill would not move the full distance if targeting an enemy while using a controller. Controller buff! Yes! Fix an issue where the Eldritch Bounty, don't know about the Paragon boards, sorry. Rapid Fire had extra VFX that behaved erratically. Sorcerer! Fixed an issue where people played this class the most. Oh, that's a weird patch note. Firebolt enchantment did not contribute to the combustion key passive. Well, that is weird. Because the combustion key passive was your burning effects deal increased damage per unique source of burning energy or burning damage you have applied to the enemy. Yeah, so all burning damage related. Deep Freeze would prevent Ice Shard enchantment from triggering. Aspect of Control was applying its damage bonus 3 times for staggered bosses. Get nerfed. Get nerfed. I did see Gravitational. They had an aspect where they accidentally inverted it on two-handed weapons or amulets. I can tell you what the aspect is. Ball lightning orbits around you, but its damage is decreased by 20 to 10%. So obviously 10% is the best roll that you could get for that. You only want the damage to be decreased by as little as possible. But because putting an aspect on a two-handed weapon doubles the numbers, it was reading, instead of decreasing the ball lightning damage by 20 to 10, it was decreasing the damage by 40 to 20. It's like, it's doubled. Is that not what you want? You didn't want the 40% damage reduction for putting it on a two-hander? Why not? Fix an issue where the enchantment effect for Chain Lightning had no visual tracking bonus and would unexpectedly drop off. Dude, they made Incinerate playable now. Just kidding. Okay. Players were unnaturally teleporting during boss encounters. There was an infinite chest. NPCs that couldn't be interacted with. Fix an issue where monsters in a cold, bleeding, burning, or corruption affix would freeze players in one hit in nightmare dungeons with the cold enchanted affix. Dude, I had this and I didn't understand what it was. There were these like porcupines inside of one of the feral dungeons. It is not fixed. This is not fixed. They say it's fixed. But yeah, they would just like, pew, and you'd be insta-frozen over and over and over. Cold enchanted monsters froze players more often than intended in high world tiers. Okay. So these are just patches, not balance. Never mind, we don't have to get angry yet. Fix an issue where enemies resurrected by shamans would continuously drop aberrant cinders. Yep, that's the first. Hold on to that one, chat. Hold on to that one, because that's the least of our worries. Okay, let's see. Items and aspects. Fix an issue where the cost reduction bonus from Ring of Starless Skies could unexpectedly drop off. Chat. They know what you want, okay? And what you wanted was the Uber Uniques to be fixed. Your Ring of Starless Skies will now work as intended. Did they add a quest tracker? No. When Italics is roasting your patch notes, you fucked up. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. We're still in the baby stuff. These are just some issues with items that I don't recognize off the top of my head. I know some of them are, a lot of these are for Sorcerer. This is a genuinely good change. The level requirement for sacred items will now cap at level 60, and the level requirement for ancestral items will cap at level 80. What that means is there are no such thing as level 100 requirements on items anymore. So they can still be lower than 60 and 80 respectively, but they can't be higher than. So the highest ancestral item will have the highest level requirement will be 80. So it makes it better for trading or for alts, basically. So that's good. I knew this thing wasn't, I knew Mother's Embrace wasn't working. I remember getting this at the end of the campaign and then being like, I don't notice any difference when it's on or when it's off. That explains a lot. But apparently it wasn't firing properly. Fix an issue where items of higher power than intended were dropping from rare monsters. What does that even mean? Itemization nerf. Fix an issue where treasure goblins would behave erratically. Yeah, treasure goblins, if you engage from a really long distance, would kind of just nope out. They would just peace. Items with like an 830 eye level? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, treasure goblins would just occasionally randomly despawn for kind of no reason. Alright, quest and event patches. There's too many of these. Chad, did they fix the event where the 3 people ask for your help and then insta-die? I'm looking for it. That's all I care about. Did they fix the one where they're like, my people, they need me. Please save us. Search last stand. Nope. Is that what it is called, last stand? No change to last stand. We won't make it on our own. It dies. All right, user interface and user experience. Just some invisible map issues, title displays. Just UI UX stuff. I don't think there's anything major here. Miscellaneous. Can't send friend requests. Mashif's camel was silent. I'm glad they fixed Mashif's camel. That one needed to be fixed. We've added more dynamic loading screens. This includes adding more assets like your player character. Okay, so some visuals. What the heck, dude? Altar of Lilith unlocks are now account-wide. Hallelujah. Map discovery is also account-wide. Hallelujah. Whispers will no longer reward sigil dust. Why? Literally why? Overall loot quality has been significantly improved for silent chests. But you can't really hunt silent chests. They're just kind of there or they're not. We have reduced the tendency for many monsters to move around in combat, so melee characters don't have to chase down their enemies as much, okay? Added PS5 wireless controller support. This is actually the secret huge upgrade. I would say this is probably one of the best changes in the patch notes. Everything from this point on, almost without fail, is going to be bad. There's going to be like 2 more good things, and then everything else is bad. So let's just stop for a second and appreciate the fact that all side quests renown is upgraded 50%, and all dungeon renown is upgraded 33%. So it's going to take less time to grind renown. That's a very good change. My applause. Side quests are actually potentially better than dungeon renown in some cases. And now, those combos where you do side quest and a dungeon simultaneously just went up from 50 to 70 combined renown, which is fantastic. So, very, very good. And it's a retroactive change, so if you weren't done with your renown grind, but you've been doing some side quests and dungeons, you might actually have your renown complete now, maybe, on your Eternal Realm character, because it's retroactive. Do we like grinding or not? We love grinding, but as someone who just got done doing renown before this change, the problem is that the side quests, while there are some fun ones from a lore perspective, I would say 1 in every 3 side quests is enjoyable from like a story, characters, dialogue perspective. The other 2 and 3 are kind of your traditional World of Warcraft kill 20 cannibals, come back to me, and go away forever. The problem with the grind is a grind has to grind toward something. And the only reason to do side quests at all after you've completed the campaign is renown. You don't get any experience from them, and you don't get any items from them. You get no resources. Like, you get gemstones, which you don't need. You get like one rare material to craft with, or you get at best obols. So occasionally you get obols, but you get no experience points, no loot. All you get is renown. So making the renown higher is good because there's no reason to do them outside of, again, the 1 in 3 that is good from a writing perspective. So if I could go back and actually give them like 10 veiled crystals to I don't know, maybe not even scratch veiled crystals, give every single side quest obols, and that would be better. Because obols are actually useful. So I would take that. But anyway, fantastic change. We love grinding, but there has to be a carrot on the stick. My favorite is the materials cache with a single veiled crystal. Yeah. I think that they should just give XP. The XP doesn't scale for some reason. I wish side quests were viable. Here's the thing about side quests. There's no reason to be stingy with your rewards because you can only do each side quest once, right? That's what's so mind-boggling to me. You spend all this time voice acting, writing, coming up with objectives, making sure that they work, and you can only do them a single time per character, and they give no rewards. Because you can't repeat them, there's no way to exploit them, so be generous by encouraging players to do your content. Basically, what Blizzard's development style has been, at least in this patch, is, other than the renown rewards, which are again fantastic, is the equivalent of like, all right, Johnny, I need you to get good grades in school. Johnny is going to respond better to getting good grades in school if they are going to get something after it. Instead of what this patch is, which is like, if you don't get good grades, you're gonna go to your room. I am taking away your internet, your phone, and all of your game consoles until you improve. Instead of just being like, if you do well, you can have a pizza party. We can go out to eat. We can go to a baseball game, like something like a reward instead of going to baby jail. Yeah, so it's like positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement. And a lot of this is negative reinforcement other than these things that we're pointing out here. Like, don't make all the other rewards like Hell Tides, which we'll see in a minute, suck. Just make the other things that we can do good. And that's why I'm perplexed by the one-time only side quests not giving any tangible rewards whatsoever besides renown. Boggling. Okay, down to world tiers. Bonus gold for world tier 2 increased by 5%. Monsters now drop 15% more items. We like where world tier 2 has landed overall, but are increasing its reward pace to align with its difficulty. Level scaling inside dungeons. You might be like, what difficulty? Just wait. Level scaling inside dungeons and most overworld territories has been adjusted in tiers 3 and 4. Monsters will begin to trail behind the player in level after a certain point, up to a maximum of 5 levels behind. This change does not affect world bosses, legions, fields of hatreds, Hailtide, or nightmare dungeons. This, to me, is the most confusing... Okay, maybe not the most. This is one of the most confusing changes in these patch notes that I do not understand. They say, we want to give players a better sense of their power progression and mastery over the world while still challenging themselves with structured end-game activities. Example, if the player's level is below 55 in World Tier 3, the monster's level is also 55, regardless of how far below 55 they are. If the player's level is 56 to 60 in World Tier 3, the monster's level is 55. If the player's level is 61, the monster's level is 56, so it's trailing 5 levels behind them. If the player's level is 62, the monster level is 57, etc. From this point, monsters will always be -5 until World Tier 3's max monster level of 70. World Tier 4 example. If you're below 75, the monster's level is 75. If the player's level is, like, first of all, I don't even understand this. Because did monsters not start out at 70 on World Tier 4? Did they raise the minimum level for monsters, or did they always start at 75? I don't remember. Okay, but anyways, if the player's level is 76 to 80, the monster level is 75. If the player level is 81, the monster's level is 76. If the player's level is 82, the monster level is 77, etc. Always be -5. So, fun fact about this, chat. The next paragraph is experience. Okay? And it's relevant because, fun fact, the way that things worked before this patch were the optimal way to earn experience in Diablo 4 was by playing in a party, so you can get party bonus XP, and also fighting monsters who were at least 3 levels higher than yourself. Because every time that you become a higher level than the other problems, or I read the word problem from Rare Specimen and it inserted into my brain. Okay, the problem is that every time you increase in level over the monsters, you get a scaling, diminishing XP return on investment, okay? So if you are level 50 fighting a level 53 monster, you're getting good XP. If you're level 50 and the monster's level 50, you're getting like normal XP, which is bad by comparison, but it's still just normal. Now, because they are forcing, for some reason, I guess because everyone was complaining for so long about not feeling powerful and not like letting the content of them go and like pub stomp through all the content in order to feel strong. Now, since all of the monsters are under your level, you're getting less and less XP per lower level of the monster, to the point where now, because they're all going to be 5 levels beneath you, you're going to be getting such diminishing returns on XP that there is no reason whatsoever to fight any monster in the overworld, because you don't get any XP. It's 10% per level difference. It goes all the way down to 1%, so this is 50% less XP. So I am not sure if the people that instituted this change even knew how XP works when you're fighting monsters, or if this is all part of some corporate plan to make sure no one can get to level 100 ever. I'm gonna be honest, the amount of players I've seen that don't know how to build their character is most likely the reason people don't feel strong. No, that's absolutely true, yes. I intentionally chose the least popular moveset for my Barbarian and had a fantastic build before this patch. That's just my Barbarian. Your class may vary. Sorcerer was always pigeonholed with their vulnerable application and things like that, but yeah, before this patch, we're gonna test it out today and see what I can handle now. My Barbarian is like level 88, and I could handle easily level 101 enemies without getting very sweaty. So that's like 13 levels higher than me. I'm curious how it's gonna be now. To force nightmare dungeons. Here's the thing, Blizzard. This is why I said at the beginning of the stream that this patch is so odd to me, because the previous design philosophy was trying to keep people in the overworld and letting them roam around and kind of make the world feel alive and not pigeonhole everyone into nightmare dungeons. That was clearly the design intent when they made Diablo 4. That's why Helltides were actually really good. That's why the monsters were at your level and actually kind of difficult. Like when I first jumped into tier 4, it was tough at first because the monster levels were much higher, and it was fun because of that. But the fact that they're going to trail 5 levels behind you, there is literally no reason to ever do any content in the overworld other than the endgame specific content, like Whispers, apparently, because it says the reward experience for completing Whispers has been significantly increased. I don't know what that means, but I'm happy to test it out at least. But it feels really weird to push people out of the overworld. And that's why I say I'm not sure if the intent is we think people are gaining too much experience, or if this is just an extremely short-sighted attempt to make players feel more powerful. I'm not sure. Because their developer note says, we want to give players a better sense of their power progression and mastery over the world. So all we have to go on is their own words. They have no mention of XP. They only mention power progression, which to me says this is a direct response to the people complaining about level scaling. So that's what makes it so confusing. But now, like just some old guy said, you're going to be getting 50% less XP just by doing any content in the overworld, and it was already very low. But also completely unnecessary because the power progression is there. I can already one-shot, before this patch, I could one-shot any enemy, elite or otherwise, in the overworld. What do the XP notes say? We're getting there. I'm just trying to complain about one thing at a time. Okay, anyway, next. So, they have a dev note. We have observed that the experience bonus rewarded for killing high-level monsters escalates too fast when compared to the relative challenge involved. We still want to reward players for taking on the challenge by encouraging them to participate in power leveling together instead of one player killing enemies, while another member of the party waits at the dungeon's entrance. Okay, so some people who are doing what every single ARPG game in existence has ever done, which is try and power level their friend by bringing them into higher level content and making them level up faster. Since the dawn of time, this is what people have done in ARPGs and will continue to do. But still, it's a relatively small number of the total players. It feels like these changes that follow underneath this, which I'll get to, are like a 2.5% of the player population has ruined it for the other 97.5% of the population. Like, and what I mean by that is, here are the adjustments. We are adjusting bonus XP rewards for killing monsters that are a higher level than the player. So, this is how it worked before this patch. If a mob was 1 level higher than you, you got a plus 15% XP buff. If a mob was 2 levels higher than you, you got a 20% XP buff for killing them. If they were 3 or more levels higher, you got a 25%. That's why it was ideal to fight enemies who were 3+ levels higher than you. Now, you can get plus 1.5% bonus per level up to 10 levels, which means you have to fight plus 10 level enemies, not plus 3, plus 10 level enemies to get 15% XP, not 25% XP. So it was nerfed on both sides of the coin there. And this is apparently all because some dickwads, no offense to them, I don't care how they play their game, it doesn't affect me, we're sitting in the entrance to the dungeon getting power leveled by their friends. So that's why I say, why are just some people, it affects you now? I know, that's what I'm saying. It seems odd that they were so upset by people not playing the content that they make everyone else who is playing the content normally suffer as a result of that. Like, that's what I don't understand. How does someone take a level 10 into a tier 4 dungeon? Because you can help them do their capstone dungeon. So you just carry them through the capstone dungeon and then bring them into the higher tiers. Can't they just do an inactivity check? Well, the thing is, who cares? Like, that's why I say, if someone is standing at the dungeon getting power leveled, like, who cares? It's a ARPG. It's not, this isn't a competitive, like, player versus player balance. We don't have to worry about the PvP balance. Because that person isn't going to be like, you know what? It used to be good to get power leveled, now it's not. Darn it, I guess I'm going to have to play the game and enjoy it. I guess I'm going to have to experience all the content and have fun now. Like, they're not going to do that. They're just going to go, they're just going to go do some other shit. And then everyone else who's still playing is like, I don't get as much XP now. And that guy who was getting power leveled because they didn't want to play and just left and went and did something else. How dare they get power leveled? Yeah, I don't know. This is real bad. Because this is effectively like I can do plus 10 levels frequently because my build is incredibly optimized in the high 80s. And I'm still gonna get 10% less XP for trying as hard as I can, basically. So you're effectively just losing, I would say on average, 20% XP. Okay, now, fun fact, as was pointed out by another streamer that I like on Twitter, you may have heard of Tao Li, he pointed out that, we have a different tab open here. There are bonuses for the Battle Pass that you can unlock bonus XP. So now, if you just grind enough of the Battle Pass, you can get enough XP to try and make up for what you are now missing, just so that you can go back to neutral. Do you understand? So, like, the Battle Pass bonuses are not bonuses. They're, like, maybe barely enough to get us to go back. You don't have to pay for those bonuses, by the way. It's the free Battle Pass. But it's still, like, you just grind just so that you can go back to break even. Instead of just having like a bonus that actually helps you go through the content faster. Okay, we are also adjusting experience rewards for monster level offsets for higher world tiers. For example, you are level 1, your friend brings you to world tier 4, and you leave at the entrance of a dungeon. See, they're just like obsessed with this. Someone is obsessed with this. And they changed the entire game to try and like squash them. This is someone who took this very personally, that people were skipping the content. Basically, mobs can only be a maximum of up to 10 levels higher than you. So if you are level 1 and your friend brings you to a world tier 4 and kill level 100 monsters, they will only be level 11 monsters to you instead of level 100 monsters to you. Because this is the thing that a lot of people didn't know about the game, is that, do you notice how their formula is here? It's level 100 monster XP, which is more than level 11 monster XP. So many people were just like, oh, only fight monsters who are 3+ levels higher than you and stay right there for maximum XP. No, you actually get more XP for fighting higher level monsters. You just don't increase your bonus for fighting anything higher than 3+ levels. So it becomes a how fast can you kill those monsters for maximum efficiency at higher levels or lower levels to try to maximize your XP grind. What if he brings me to a level 10 dungeon? Then there'll be level 10 monsters. Devs extending a player's playtime has led to some extremely mean-spirited changes. Yeah, I'd say I would describe them as mean-spirited. But there's more. Helltides. We're looking to increase the danger in Helltide's risk-reward gameplay by making monsters a bit more challenging and the gift of mysteries, the mystery boxes, harder to open. Helltide monsters are now 3 levels higher than the player instead of 2. I actually don't mind that because before that would have been more XP. But now, with the XP changes, it's less XP. So we're only getting plus 4.5% XP for Helltide enemies instead of plus 20% XP for Helltide enemies. And Tortured Gift of Mysteries chest has been increased to 250 cinders from 175, so it's gone up in cost by 75 cinders. And on top of that, not mentioned here, there are many reports that Helltides are dropping 30 to 40% of the cinders that they were before. So just doing events, fighting enemies, used to be getting a ton of cinders by doing events. The rate has just nosedived, where you will apparently need to be spending 30 to 45 minutes just to open a single mystery chest at this point. I think Pez Radar said that was a bug. Okay, well, at least that part's a bug. This is still just stupid, combined with, like, you get less XP, you have to fight higher level monsters, and you get less loot on average for more work. Just nerf them all. Like, you had 2 things that you can do in end game above level 80. One thing is Helltide, the other thing is Nightmare Dungeon. Now you have one thing that you can do above level 80 or level 70 even. Just do Nightmare Dungeons. Like, it's not worth it. It's barely even worth doing Nightmare Dungeons because now you lose more XP. So, Helltides are currently actually bugged. So they're definitely not worth doing now, says chat. Balance updates. There's more. As our community continues to battle the burning hells, the builds emerging from new players have shocked and delighted us. We've chosen to focus Season of the Malignant balance changes on a clear itemization disparity over redesign of class features. The class changes are largely focused on numeric increases to skill upgrades and legendary aspects that players haven't yet found compelling. Additionally, we're changing critical strike damage paragon glyphs to empower all damage instead of only core skills to enable more build strategies. There are also a few class stat decreases on sources which grant extreme amounts of damage, healing, or unstoppable. In general, we prefer build-specific changes to be bonuses instead of decreases, but we feel these changes are necessary for the health of the game. Diablo 4 is a game that is continually evolving through its seasons, thus, the adjustments we make will evolve with them. I'm primarily going to focus on Barbarian and Sorcerer, because maybe some Druid. I'll open the Necro and Rogue, but I don't understand them because I haven't seen them. But I'm first. I'm at the top. So, Violent, Double Swing, Vulnerable Duration. This is one of my... I use Double Swing, actually, but I won't... Increasing this from 1 to 2 seconds is pointless. There is really no need to use Double Swing to apply Vulnerable. We have an Exploit glyph as Barbarians, which applies Vulnerable for 3 seconds to any enemy that we hit for the first time we hit them. So, there's no reason to use this. Furious Upheaval damage bonus. If you use Upheaval, maybe this is good for leveling. I used Upheaval during leveling, it was okay. But I don't know of any Upheaval end-game builds. Power Charge cooldown is now capped to 3 targets for a max of 9 seconds of cooldown reduction. Nobody uses Charge, so this is fine. Tactical Ground Stomp Fury gain increased to 40. This was a good way to build Fury while leveling. So, 40 Fury, it's a decent buff. Enhanced, but yeah, for end game, we don't need this for Fury. Enhanced Death Blow's damage bonus to bosses increased. This is just trying to make Death Blow less useless against bosses, because Death Blow's whole thing is that if it gets a kill, it resets its cooldown, and if you hit bosses, you don't get the kill. So it just goes on a long cooldown. Enhanced Steel Grasp Vulnerable Duration to 3 seconds. Once again, just don't really need it. Rupture damage increase. They want people to use bleed builds. Good luck. Warrior's Rupture attack speed bonus increase. I do like that Rupture has an attack speed bonus, and I wanted to try to work that into my build, but I don't have enough points. But Rupture is interesting because of its attack speed bonus, so maybe that's good, and increase it to 5 seconds. Don't know what build this would be, though. And then a heal bonus for its healing. Meh. Okay. This is actually a huge nerf to all Barbarian builds. I haven't seen anyone talk about this. Hamstring now only slows healthy enemies. That's a very important distinction. So, Hamstring is basically a passive that every barb has had to use. Because what it does is it gives us this wonderful combo where I could probably pull up my Barbarian build here and show it to you, if you give me a moment. Okay, can you see this? Yeah, you can see this. So, Hamstring is this guy right here. Your bleeding affects slow enemies by 10%. The reason why this is an incredible passive for Barbarians is because it enables slow on any enemy that we hit, okay? Therefore, I know that's what it says. We have an aspect that makes all direct damage we deal do bleeding. So we don't even have to have a bleeding build to apply bleeding. We just need the one aspect, which every Barbarian has for the most part. So then we apply slow to them, and it's only 10%. We don't care about the 10%. What we care about is, because an enemy is slow, as long as they are immobilized, stunned, or slowed, we can have up to 18% or even more increased crit chance against immobilized, stunned, or slowed enemies. It might be 18. 18% crit chance is huge, right? Like, that is a massive amount of crit with 3 out of 3 and then +3 from Necklace. So the nerf, to go back, is that Hamstring, which is the thing that slows, only hits healthy enemies from now on. Which means they have to be 80% or higher health. So anybody who is under 80% health, we don't slow, and if we don't slow, we don't crowd control, and if you have plus damage to crowd control, if you have that plus 18% crit chance, whoo, spicy. Now, my build happens to also run Ground Stomp, but that's not as consistent as slowing every enemy that is on the screen. So, just gigantic nerf to my build. I had taken a break and was looking forward to getting back for the community run, and wow, they just nuked the hell out of any enthusiasm I had built up. Yeah, I feel similar. And we haven't even gotten to the general changes yet. You haven't even seen the general balance update. If you thought these things are bad, it gets worse. It actually gets worse. I know that's hard to understand right now, and I'm not exaggerating. Okay. Don't care about this passive. Wrath Glyphs bonus now affects all damage instead of just core skills. In my build, here's my Paragon board. I do use Wrath, which is skills that critically strike generate 3 Fury. They never specified... Oh, it's changing the passive. Core skills deal increased critical strike damage. Okay. So I guess that's a buff. That's just a buff to Wrath. Okay, for aspects. Relentless Berserker's aspect, berserking duration increased. I don't use that. Battle Mad aspect, berserking duration increased. I don't think I use that. I have a little thing over here. Relentless Berserker was lucky hit, damaging with a core skill can extend berserking. Battle Mad is get berserking for X seconds after swapping weapons 10 times. Okay, I have a weapon swap build, and I don't use any of the weapon swap aspects because of how bad they are, and that didn't fix anything. Brawler's aspect damage increased by a lot, actually. Brawlers is enemies damaged by kick or charge will explode if killed. I did want to make a kick build, but I'm not going to do it anytime soon. Aspect of burning rage damage was doubled. That's dealing fire damage every second to surrounding enemies while berserking. Doubling that is interesting. I do use Aspect of the Iron Warrior, so that's just a small 3% damage reduction. Slaking Aspect. You have a... what music is this? This is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. Okay, that's hilarious given that the meme in the Diablo community is, I'm just gonna go play Baldur's Gate 3. Bye, guys. I didn't mean to play the Baldur's Gate soundtrack. But we ended up there. Alright, Slaking. You have up to a 50% chance to get 20 Fury when Rend deals direct damage. Okay, so they made it more likely to activate. They made... This one makes the Ancestors help you out if you have them on your bar. And this is just a Weapon Master's aspect that I think has a chance to stun, so up to 55% chance of stun. Does this actually make Gore's Devastating Grips good now? It explodes every 2 seconds. Did they, I guess, just a straight buff to Devastating Grips? And then Fields of Crimson is one of our unique weapons. Upgraded. So, huge nerf to crowd control. Slight buff to Wrath. And that's basically it for my build. Druids. I don't know much about Druids, but you guys got some claw attack speed. You got a Storm Strike nerf, Boulder buff, Trample Spirit buff, Lacerate small buff, Cataclysm lightning and tornado buff, Supreme Vulnerable increased buff, Prime Cataclysm increased by 2 times buff. Prime Grizzly Rage now grants Unstoppable for 6 seconds instead of while active, which is a huge buff to Druids, right, chat? Druids in chat, confirm or deny? I'm joking. Huge nerf. It is a huge nerf, yeah. Big nerf. Druids everywhere are crying. For those who don't know, basically it was a way for Druids to not get crowd controlled ever. And now, instead of being perma uncrowd controllable, you are only uncrowd controllable for 6 seconds. Don't know what Provocation passive is. Spirit Boon. I do know what Spirit Boons are. I don't know what Masochistic was before, but it requires a lucky hit chance of 75%. Spirit Glyphs bonus affects all damage instead of just core skill, similar to mine. Provocation makes overpower faster. So that was the, yeah, guaranteed overpower. Guess I'll just get CC'd. Yeah, just get CC'd. What's the problem? Aspects. Slight lucky hit buff for Calm Breeze. Max Spirit increase. I don't know what music this is. Dishonored 2. Okay. Let's listen to Diablo 3. Very dramatic. Aspect of the Tempest bonus buff. Skinwalker healing buff, barely, like 20%. Cooldown reduced for Symbiotic. Okay, so basically you guys are just... Druid has become stoppable. Is that accurate? No amount of number changes will make these aspects worth using. Okay, Necromancer, I'd love to spend time on you, but I would just be reading things without understanding what they are. I only know Barbarian and Source and a little bit of Druid. Druid has become stoppable. I have literally never even seen the skill tree for Necromancers. Necromancers, do you want to weigh in on how you feel your class was specifically handled in this patch? But it looks like some useless skills were buffed. All I know is Bone Spear good. I think Bone Spear got nerfed, didn't it? It was, it's not specifically listed as a nerf, but there was like a issue with it, and it was fixed. Necro Minion is a big nerf because of the general nerfs. That's fair. We're gonna get to the general nerfs after this that affect every class in a big way. All right, I'm sorry I'm kind of skipping over Necro and Rogue. I just don't know how to categorize their changes. But if you are a player of these classes, you can at least look there and see. Rogue got buffed? Pog, Rogue buffed. Everyone go Rogue for Season 1. Advanced Rapid Fire increased by 2 seconds. Imbuements. Lucky Hit buffed. I can be good at the game now. The problem I see is they nerfed things that were considered necessary but didn't buff anything else really, so nothing has changed except time to kill is longer now. Also time to level. Time to level is longer. Time to kill is longer. Yep. Time to cooldown is longer. Just everything. They put grind in my grind, dude. Alright, anyway. Chat says this was buffed. I would love to pour over these in detail, but I don't know which of these are good or which of these are useless. Sorcerer. I do know Sorcerer because I was planning on making a Sorcerer for Season 1. So let's take a look at some of the Sorcerer changes. Charge Bolt's damage increased by 6%. I'm gonna go Charge Bolt build now, chat. Charge Bolt damage reduction increased by 5%. I'm going Charge Bolt build now. Incinerate damage reduction increased by 5%. Hell yeah. Incinerate build. That's the best build in the game, I think. That one beats Uber Lilith by just standing still and holding the button down, pretty sure. Ice Blade's cast cleanup has been tightened, allowing players to act after it's cast sooner. Okay, unironically, I wanted to do a Conjuration Sorcerer anyways, so I might still go ahead with it because this this exists, so I might just give it a try. I wanted to do a standstill build for Sorcerer. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to go for. I wanted to do a standstill Conjuration build. But we'll see. Firebolt initial damage increased. Wizard's Firewall. Is that like a secondary for Firewall? Or did they forget their class is named Sorcerer? I'm just kidding. Max mana increased mana regeneration from 25 to 35%. Wizard's Blizzard. Mana cost reduction increased to 20%. Yeah, I know it's one of the branch options. I was just joking. Aren't resistances still borked? Yes. Supreme Deep Freeze cooldown reduction increased from 50 to 100%. This is actually a buff to the build that I was going to try. So, I'm still thinking about it. Elemental dominance now also affects mastery skills instead of just core skills. Okay, let me see. I forgot what. Chat, what's elemental dominance? I can look real quick. Hold on. I can find it. Elemental. I found it. Here you go. Boop. Elemental dominance is this. You deal up to 9% multiplicative increased damage when something is cast above 50 mana. So if that now applies to mastery skills, that would also apply to Blizzard, Meteor, Firewall, Ball Lightning. So there you go. Potent warding duration increased from 3 to 9 seconds. Bro, I don't have these memorized. What is potent warding? It'd be cool if they tooltipped everything, you know? Chad, where the heck is potent warding? I know it's a passive, but, like, where the heck? Defense tree? No, it's elemental attunement and glass cannon. The search doesn't search for what you think it does. Oh, it does. Oh. I thought the search only applied to the keywords like it does in the game. It actually does work. I take it back. After casting a non-basic skill, you gain 2% resistance buffed! Whoa! Hell yeah, dude! Yes! Yes! That means I'm gonna have 9 seconds of useless elemental resistance instead of just 3. That is huge, dude. Huge. Okay, I guarantee you this is exactly what happened, chat. Someone somewhere has a data set, and it's just a giant spreadsheet, and it just shows what the least used abilities and passives are for every class. And the person in charge of looking at that sheet was just like, potent warding. This has got a 0.02% use case scenario. How can we buff this? Gotta throw 6 seconds on there. All right, what's the next one? Protection barrier. And then, like, didn't do anything else. That's probably exactly what they did. Yeah. I can't think of any other explanation for... Because you've gone on record, the devs have gone on record and said that they know that resistances are broken and that they're not going to be fixed until Season 2, because it's apparently a huge sweeping change that they have to go back and make. Understandable. But then when you go and then buff the abilities that use resistances while also acknowledging that they are useless, this is why I think that there's a huge communication issue within the dev right now. Like, there's too many people working on too many different projects, and there's not that, like, one... They need one dude who doesn't actually do any coding. They need an actual idea guy who just has their ear to the ground and, like, reads everything, all the feedback that everybody writes, all the bug reports, and also plays the game frequently so that they understand the dynamic, who can just sit there and be the puppet master, who is also a mathematician. Idea guy was thrown out the window. Protection barrier duration. That one doesn't come up in the search. Align the elements damage reduction per second. Align the elements. Okay, that one comes up. You gain damage reduction against elites for each second you haven't taken damage. From 123 to 369. Wait, that's actually not bad. Right? That's not bad. You can get that up to 9% per second. You can get 9% damage reduction per second, up to 40%. That one's solid. Mana shield damage reduction increased from 15 to 21%. That's a solid one too. Every time you spend 100 mana, you get 15% damage reduction for 5 seconds. Or no, 21%. So every time you spend 100 mana, you get 21% damage reduction. That's pretty good for the spam Ice Shards builds, right? No one must have been using defensive passives. I guess, yeah, it's all defensive actives. But those are both decent damage reduction buffs. All right, Devouring Blaze. This is the big one that people are pissed about because a lot of the end game builds, especially the build guides, were using Devouring Blaze. It's sort of a complicated way of doing things. Like, it's hard for me to explain. But basically what would happen is sorcerers would use Firebolt enchantment to deal burning damage. So any direct damage becomes, applies some burning damage. And then they would cast Meteor also as a way to immobilize enemies for 2 seconds. And if they immobilize the enemies, then they had Devouring Blaze, where they get increased crit damage, which would be 30% on the base level with 3 points in it, which is crazy. 30% increased multiplicative crit damage against burning, and then 75% multiplicative increased crit damage if they were immobilized with a Meteor. So it was just it's an insane amount of damage. But it was also one of the things that made Sorcerer very fun end game for a lot of people. Yeah, fun detected. The fun was detected. So it's been hard nerfed from a 75% max to a 30% max for that crit bonus. And then a 30% for burning to a 21%. Just dumpstered. Completely dumpstered. I just got an equip that gives me +3 ranks of Devouring Blaze last night. It makes the DPS insanely strong. You just got dumpstered, Nasuken. Destruction Glyph now affects all damage instead of just core skills. What? Oh my god, yeah, Nasuken, that's what we were just talking about. Your +3 ranks, you would have had 150%, you now have 60%. So you have, with +3 ranks, less than the original 3 ranks did. GG's. Sorry, go find some new gear. Destruction Glyph now affects all damage instead of core skills. Okay, let me see. Was I even planning on using... I didn't finish my Paragon board. I can look at Destruction Glyph, though. This was just my, like, hypothetical. Destruction Glyph is... For every 5 dexterity, core skills deal increased crit strike damage, and crit strike increase all damage the enemy takes from you up to 12% multiplicative. Oh, okay. So it's all damage? That's pretty good. But I don't use core skills, so I wouldn't be using that. No, I would be able to use it because it would be all damage, not just core skills. Okay, yeah. That's a buff. Spark enchantment to form crackling energy. Chat, please use crackling energy. Please. Crackle buff. Frozen orb enchantment chance to be cast up to 30%. Incinerate enchantment cooldown. This is another example. No, chat, has anyone ever used the incinerate enchantment? Pray tell. Every 18 seconds, a serpent spawns and incinerates enemies for 8 seconds. Has a single person ever used that? I tried it and it was awful. Hydra enchantment mana threshold reduced to 200. Hydra enchantment. After spending 200 mana is what it would say now. A 5-headed Hydra spawns for 5 seconds. Okay. Here are the aspects. Source getting dumpstered some more. Specifically with some of the generic aspects. Probably not a bunch of these. Aspect of efficiency. Aspect of efficiency is casting a basic skill reduces the mana cost of your next core skill. Okay. And then Armageddon is a hail of meteorites fall during Inferno, dealing fire damage, and they immobilized enemies. Aspect of Shattered Stars. Meteorites fall around meteor, dealing damage on impact, and they burn enemies. So they're trying to increase a bunch of, like, meteor damage, presumably to try and make up for nerfing its best passive. Serpentine Hydra, let you have an additional Hydra. Duration reduction reduced to 10%. Oh, they buffed, chat, they buffed my Conjuration class. Ice Spike bonus damage. More Ice Spike damage bonus. I've seen a bunch of Ice Spike builds. Oh, wait. Glacial Aspect, Ice Spike bonus damage reduced. Never mind. Rip Ice Spike builds. But then Aspect of the Frozen Tundra. Damage increased. Ice Spike damage increased. Biting Cold, chance to apply to vulnerable. Chat, they heard you say you don't have any way to apply vulnerables, so they give you 5% extra, I think. All you have to... Okay, can someone explain this aspect? When you freeze an enemy, there is a 40% chance they become vulnerable for 3 seconds. Is this for the specific situation in which you are using Blizzard, but not using Frost Nova? Because there's actually no other way to freeze enemies besides aspects. The only abilities I think that can do it are your basic attack that applies Chill, and Blizzard, and also Frost Nova. So it feels extremely redundant, but I'm confused. With the unique gloves, too? Oh, yeah. There are the boots that leave Chill, but that's... Chill can turn frozen. I know, but the abilities that Chill are... There's only 2 of them. Oh, sorry. Frozen Orb doesn't exist. Okay, there's 3. You have Frostbolt, your basic attack, which you obviously don't want to be using ever. Frostbolt enchantment can do it. Yeah, you'd have to use an enchantment. I'm just talking about abilities. It's Frostbolt, which you won't use. Frozen Orb, which no one uses. I have literally never seen anyone in my entire game use Frozen Orb. Blizzard, which gets used a fair amount. I see a decent amount of Blizzard with Ice Spike builds. And then your ulti, Deep Freeze. So basically Blizzard. Because hilariously, Ice Shards doesn't chill. Weirdly enough. Okay. Some mana restore per second. Aspect of Splintering Energy, chance to spawn an additional Lightning Spear increased to 50%. Oh my god, are they actually buffing the build that I wanted to do? Hang on. Splintering Energy. Is Lightning Spear will have up to a 50% chance to spawn an additional Lightning Spear when you cast it. That's not too bad. Like 50% for a second Lightning Spear? That actually might be usable. 20 to 50 is sizable. Aspect of the Unbroken Tether, chance for extra Chain Lightning increased to 40. Alright, and then your items. Gloves of the Illuminator Fireball damage reduction. Oh my god, the meme gloves. Is this the glove that makes Fireball bounce, but it does 75% less damage, and they just lowered that to 55 instead of 65? Chat, has anyone tried this? Isn't it better to just... Like, if this was 0%, if it was just Fireball bounces, would it be usable then? Isu's heirloom crit chance from move speed increased up to 30%. Chance to release a lightning nova increased. All right. That's all the class-specific changes. Now the general changes. These are general aspects that are class agnostic. The main ones are these. You know the aspect that gives you armor stacks for dealing damage? That's been cut. That's been gutted. You now cannot have 100 stacks of that. You can only have 60 stacks. So your maximum armor bonus is no longer 50% more armor. It's 30% more armor. Sorcerers everywhere are crying because this is actually the only way they have to generate additional armor outside of socketing skulls in their jewelry. So survivability down for everyone. I use this as well. And it's not great. It's worse than that because it's a percentage. The 30% armor reduction means you're multiplying a smaller base. Well, yeah, we haven't gotten to that part yet. Aspect of the Retribution, bonus damage to stunned has been cut in half. I wasn't using that or anything. You know, I didn't have this exact perfect roll, 40% multiplicative damage aspect on my Barbarian. Going down to just 20% bonus damage against stunned enemies. No problem. I think Blizzard did an okay job balancing all 4 classes in this patch. By the way, what's a sorcerer? What's up, Godfiend? Thanks for the sub, by the way. Also, Wandering Bear, thank you for the brand new sub. Sorry I missed you earlier. Hello, Wandering Bear. And KJ says, I'm back after being gone for a week. Thank you for the 28 months. You missed all the trains. There might be more trains today. Thank you, KJ, for subbing. Also, To the Dirk. Or Toothed Dirk. I'm sorry. I apologize. And Silly Sick also sharing the brand new Prime subs. How you doing? Thanks, Tooth Dirk and Silly Sick. Appreciate the new slubs. But yeah, huge damage reduction for me. Exploiters, damage to Unstoppable reduced. Also, this is when you would do multiplicative damage if an enemy became unstoppable, usually if they had been crowd controlled too much to become unstoppable, and you deal up to 50% bonus multiplicative damage to them. Gone. One small buff, Starlight Aspect Resource. Basically, it's gain 40 primary resource every time you heal 25%. Okay. Butcher's Cleaver Slow increased. Wow. Increased the bonus to drop ancestral and sacred items in Nightmare Dungeons plus 10%. Removed a 20% chance to drop an extra equipment item from elite monsters outside of Nightmare Dungeons and Helltide. Just, you know, those normal mobs outside of Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides, hate those guys. Now they're 5 levels less than you, and they don't have a chance to drop an extra item. Increased chance to drop extra equipment from elite monsters in Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides. Nightmare Dungeons now have a 50% chance to drop a second legendary item upon completion. Nightmare Dungeons now give 3 rare items up from 1. So, Nightmare Dungeon loot buffs. Screw the overworld, man. Don't even go there. Just teleport to your next Nightmare Dungeon and get your loot. Interesting. Increased monster HP scaling from 85% to 100% bonus per extra player in the party. So if you are in a 4-player party, The average mob is 400% scaled instead of 340. So that's an extra 60% to the strength of monster HP for group content. Group play was too easy. I completely agree with that. It was a stomp. It was a complete stomp. That being said, I would be fine with this if there wasn't a nerf to XP also. So making them stronger while gutting their XP bonuses is too much. It's basically like, I feel like it's cutting off from the top and the bottom simultaneously, if that makes sense. What's up, Oscar? Drimbus says, so all that talk in Discord I did about it's not so bad was wrong? This sucks. It's okay. It's okay. We're okay. Adjusted the scaling of Greed Shrine. Chat, we're saved. Everything's all right. Greed Shrine has been scaled to be better. Copium. Okay, developer note. Many affixes are too efficient and are outshining alternatives. We're looking to refine the outliers, improve the number of meaningful choices on competitive slots, and increase the overall flexibility of items. We know these changes will reduce the total amount of possible power a character can possess. That is a thesaurus way of saying everyone is nerfed across the board, okay? I just want you to read between the lines here. These changes reduce the total possible power you can possess, is a fancy way of saying you have all been nerfed, all right? So we'll be monitoring how these changes affect the player's ability to conquer expected milestones throughout the season. So here's the real juicy content. This is, before was just the appetizer. This is the real shit, okay? We're increasing the availability of the affixes below to make them easier to include in different builds. AKA, well, you know what this means? When we're increasing the availability, we are making these spawn more often. Resistance to elements can now appear on shields. Why? Why? It doesn't do anything. Control impaired damage duration reduction can now appear on pants because they're nerfing your unstoppable and your cooldowns. So I guess they're like, maybe we can give you some duration reduction. Barrier generation can now appear for all classes. It will also begin dropping later in the game. I don't want that. I can't. The only way I can generate a barrier as a barbarian is to have the aspect that generates barriers. It's the only way. So why would I want increased barrier generation on a barbarian? Iron skin gives you a barrier? Okay, that's true. But Iron skin's utility is not really the barrier. It's the heal and the unstoppable. But still, but does barrier gen apply to iron skin? I thought it was a bug. I don't know at this point. Temerity. I guess temerity. Anyway, lucky hit chance while you have a barrier can now appear for all classes. And mastery skill damage, newly added, can appear on sorcerer weapons. So basically I'm gonna have to like trudge through 2 barrier affixes that I don't want to try to get to the ones I do want now. The core stat bonus on weapons has been overperforming, so we're pulling back on this bonus. So, strength, 50% stronger when on weapons. Nope, 25% stronger when on weapons. There's a reason why your core stat bonus is overperforming. Do you know why that is, chat? It's because your core stat, if you're, for example, a barbarian, you get bonuses to all of your skill damage when you have strength. Same for intelligence on necromancers and sorcerers, and dex on the respective classes. That makes sense, right? The reason why it's still good in the end game is because it is a different... I have to explain the bucket system, but basically your strength and your core stat is in its own bucket that modifies basically everything else. So that's why it's so strong. So even if you only have like 100 strength on a weapon, it doesn't sound like it's that much, but it adds up because it is modifying all of the other stats. So now they're not... You basically halved the bonus for strength, dex, intelligence, or willpower being on weapons. Okay? Cooldown reduction affixes often felt mandatory due to raw power. We imagine cooldown reduction will remain a highly desirable stat, but the penalty for not prioritizing it won't be as harsh. Cooldown reduction affix on items' power has been reduced by 30%. So if you had a 10% cooldown reduction affix, it is now a 7% cooldown reduction affix, and so on. Imbuement skill cooldown reduction, similarly reduced by 30%. Trap skill cooldown reduction, similarly reduced by 30%. I'm assuming both of these only apply to rogues. But all cooldown reduction across the board affixes on weapons just got nerfed by 30%. So you will have longer cooldowns. All cooldowns are longer now. Developer's note. We're seeing crit strike damage and vulnerable damage often viewed as a hard requirement for build success in Diablo 4. We believe this is a step toward allowing more builds to flourish, and will continue to make changes in support of this goal. All affixes for crit strike damage reduced by 17%, all affixes for lightning crit damage reduced by 17%, all affixes for crit strike with bone, earth, imbued, and werewolf reduced by 17%, and all vulnerable affixes reduced by 40%. Almost half. So if you had plus... well, you wouldn't have had plus 100% vulnerable damage on an item, typically. But, it would be 60% instead. You mean our damage design system that we designed to be the best was overperforming? So, I feel like there's at least a handful of people in chat who don't understand why that is a huge... well, why these things are actually, like, build killing and build defining. I'm still haven't even tested out my character yet. I've just been enjoying ranting about the patch. Chat, prepare for flashbang if you're in a dark room. Flashbang. So I'm just gonna briefly tell you how damage works. This is going to be very rudimentary and not intended for redistribution. Okay? So if you have damage, okay? Damage works like this, effectively. Let's say you have plus to close, and then you have plus to crowd controlled, and then you have plus to... You can have plus to, like, slowed on top of that. There are two different affixes for crowd controlled and slowed. You could have plus to core. Okay. If you have plus to any of these, they all go into the same place. All right? So let's say that each of these was plus 25%. In this case, you would have a total of 100% bonus damage. right? Plus 100% bonus damage, just hypothetically. Now, let's say you also have over here plus to crit damage. And then let's say over here, you have plus to vulnerable. Okay? The way that these work together is... if these were also plus 25%, and this was also plus 25%, and then I guess I do have to mention you have like your core stat over here, so it'd be like plus strength for me. These are considered separate groups from each other. So if I had plus 25% on all of these, and let's say that my strength was enough to give me plus 25% to skill damage, right? Plus 25% to skill damage is the best way I could represent that. Then, even though these equal 25, 25, and 25, that's 75. You might think, well, that's less than 100, and that's how you would intuitively go about doing it. But, because of how this works, this is 100% additive, and these are 25% multiplicative. They have a little X. So, because of how the multiplicative damage works, if our total damage was 1,000, like if our first damage was 1,000, okay, then we say, what's 100% of that? And add that on top. Now it's 2,000. Okay? But because we have crit damage, vulnerable damage, and strength, now if we do 25, since it's multiplicative, it's affecting the 2,000, not the 1,000. There we go. Sorry, you can't see. So if this is affecting the 2,000 because it's multiplicative and it's not additive, it takes place after. So each of these modifies your total, not your base. So even though you're getting a plus 100% here, and it seems like, wow, 100 is a larger number, you are not doing 25% of 1,000, you're doing 25% of whatever the total is. Because crit, vulnerable, and strength are each in a separate group. So every single damage type that adds damage, that could be plus to frozen damage, that could be plus to stunned, that could be plus to crowd control, plus to close, plus to distant, plus to burning. All of those are in this group. They are in the same group. And they just add together. Anything that says damage to or damage while is basically in one bucket together, yep. Plus, if an enemy is vulnerable, they take further increased damage by being vulnerable. Well, yes, but it works probably differently than you would think. So vulnerable is normally a 20%. And my understanding is if you had plus 25% to vulnerable, now you have 45% to vulnerable enemies. Multiplicative. So your base vulnerable is 20% multiplicative damage. Multiplicative is always better than additive, unless your base is 0. We're making paint spreadsheets. I have to make paint spreadsheets to explain why the patch is so bad. Because if you don't understand this system, if you play Diablo 4 and what I said still doesn't make sense, you are fundamentally, and I don't mean this from like a, oh, he's just min-maxing. You are misunderstanding the fundamental way to deal damage in Diablo that they don't explain to you unless you seek out third-party explanation of how this works. This is not an optional way to eke out a little bit more damage from your build. This is the difference in being able to play or not after level 60 or 70. If you don't know this. So, what's happening in the way that this pre-patch, and probably still post-patch, is that your ideal build is as much of this, and this as humanly possible, or whatever your stat is. If you had as much of these three as possible, then you're doing okay. Then you're doing all right. These are the top, like, none of these matter. These can be any combination of plus damages, and it doesn't matter. Okay, now, let's go back to the notes so we can take a look at what's going on here. So first of all, one of the damage buckets we just talked about, your core skill, the bonus amount that typically appears on weapons has been reduced from 50% to 25% extra. Okay, so we're nerfing the core skill bucket, or the core stat bucket. Crit strike damage is being reduced by 17% on all affixes. We're nerfing the crit strike damage bucket. Vulnerable damage affix is getting nerfed by 40%. That's its own bucket. Overpower is different than the additives. Overpower is not an additive. Overpower is your total. It's also multiplicative. So, we've nerfed all three of the extra buckets. Vulnerable got it the worst by a whopping 40% less effectiveness. Then weapons are getting it again. Disparities in affixes can rule some weapons out before the rest of their stats are even rolled. These are getting harsher reductions in their normal affix counterparts to increase weapon flexibility. So, swords naturally had a crit strike damage buff. That buff is now reduced by 50%. So if your sword had plus 50% crit strike damage, it now only has plus 25% crit strike damage. So we've got another nerf to the crit damage bucket. If you were using crossbows on, I guess, your rogue, you're getting a 65% reduction on the vulnerable inherent. Damage bonus to crowd control enemies was overperforming relative to the ease of activating it versus stricter crowd control types. So these are damage to crowd control and frozen. These are additive buffs, not multiplicative. So crowd control is getting a 30% reduction. Frozen enemies is getting a buff by 20%, but again, it's an additive bonus, not a multiplicative. So that is not the same as losing 20% to vulnerable, 20% to crit strike damage, 20% to intelligence, right? It's different mathematically. We've seen that skillful players are frequently slaughtering monsters many levels above their own. We want to support this, but the current situation is beyond what we believe is correct for the long-term health of the game. To chase this goal, we're shifting power to many offensive affixes from defensive affixes. We know this will make our end-game content more deadly, particularly for those chasing our pinnacle boss, an encounter not meant for the faint of heart. Overcoming the pinnacle boss will take every ounce of grit you can muster and all tools at your disposal. We will continue to evaluate feedback from the community and make changes to our combat mechanics. I like to imagine that the number of times they mention Uber Lilith in their dev blogs, somebody spent like a lifetime trying to make that boss fight, and they have taken it incredibly personally that some players have figured out how to one-shot it. like lead dev was like, "You what? They've one-shot Uber Lilith?" And then they pull like a ripcord, and As soon as they do, throughout the entire studio, the lights dim, red lights come on, and like a submarine alarm comes on. And just like a whoop, whoop, whoop. And like everyone's like, all hands on deck. Nerf everything. We cannot allow them. They have gotten free. 160 people got free Uber Uniques from Helltides, which was strike 1. Strike 2 is one-shotting Uber Lilith. I will put you back in the ground where you belong. You are nothing without me, players. I made this game. Like, it's just very angry. It's very angry balancing. Very knee-jerk and reactionary. So anyways, to try to make up for nerfing all of the damage buckets, they have given a flat 25% up to 40% buff to the additive damage bonuses. Okay? So, physical damage, fire damage, cold damage, lightning, poison, shadow, non-physical, damage over time. They really want you to use damage over time because nobody's using it. So that's plus 40%. Bludgeoning, slashing, dual wield, ranged, weapon swaps, damage in human, shape-shifted form, blood, bone skill, brawling, companions, conjuration, 33%, cutthroat, darkness, earth, frost, imbued, imbuement, marksman, pyro, shock, etc. All the way down to total armor reduced by 30%. Gotcha! Hey, just to sneak that one in there. Give you like all these little additive buffs, and just sliding in there is just a total armor reduction by 30%. So that's not that's not reducing item armor. That's reducing item affixes that buff your armor. So if you had plus 10% to total armor with an item affix, that's now a plus 7% instead of plus 10%. So this is not item armor, to be clear, but it's still a huge nerf because I have a ton of plus armor on my character. They want you to die. They want you to just be squished. Attack speed after dodging. Were there any other secret nerfs? Total armor in werebear form reduced by 25%. Rip werebears. Total armor in werewolf reduced by 25%. Get wrecked. Damage reduction from close reduced by 20%. Get destroyed. Damage reduction from distant reduced by 20. You suck. Damage reduction from bleeding, burning, poisoned, or affected by shadow over time, or fortified reduced by 25%. Get your tombstones ready, dude. Get your tombstones ready. And that's the end of the patch notes. Imagine being a high-level hardcore guy and waking up to this. Okay, so I just want to go back and focus on the damage. I want to go back and focus on the damage. And it's worth noting, if we go back to the paint, if we go back to paint, I'm going to flashbang you again, okay? I want you to look at every single damage buff that's here. All right? All of them. 100% of the highlighted damage buffs. All of them go in this little bucket only, okay? Only in the bucket on the left. So what that means is, if we control Z a little bit here, now I want to try and do some math. Can we just start over? No, can't start over. Why is the eraser so tiny? All right, hold on. There. All right, math on stream. Let's do some math. That's a pencil. Nobody uses that. Brush. Let's do some math. on Paint? Who needs Excel? I don't know how to use Excel, okay? I don't even pretend, I don't know how to use Excel. Accept it. But I do know math. And let's pretend that we get the plus 25% bonuses to all of those other buffs, all right? And let's say that we have... Let's say that we have 8 of those affixes. Let's say 5. Let's say we have 5 of those affixes for numbers. I'm curious how many we would need to get a equivalent damage makeup for minus 40% to vulnerable. I can't do this math. I am incapable. I would like to know from chat how many plus 25% single damage bucket would you need to equal the minus 40% from vulnerable by itself? I guess you have to have a set scenario to find that out. Like if we did 1,000 damage base. If you did 1,000 damage base, okay? And you had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of plus damage, all right? That would be, let's say that each of the plus damages for round the numbers was plus 40%, okay? So we're gonna do 40% times 8. That's 320%. Okay? That's 320%. Now, so that was before. Now, after... that 40% is now going to be a 40% times 25%, because they've all been buffed by 25%. So 0.4 times 1.25 is 0.5. That's 50. Okay, I could have done that without the calculator. I'm just showing you the math. I'm showing you my work. All right, so now that is 50% times 8. All right, 0.5 times 8 is 400%. So with every single bonus, every single buff that was just put into the additive pool, we gained roughly an 80% damage modifier over our 320%, right? Do we know if the buff stack is additive? This is all additive. This is all the, like, we're mathing. They buffed close damage. They buffed physical damage. They buffed damage to, we're just assuming 25% across the board. Some of them were 33% and whatever, but we're just gonna assume 25% for everything. So after, that's a 400% instead of a 320% in the first damage bucket. Now, let's look at vulnerable. Vulnerable, let's just assume we could, I'm curious if it was just vulnerable by itself. No, we have to do something because I have to apply the 40%. Let's say you only had one item that gave you some vulnerable damage, and let's say that it was, or however many items, it equaled to plus 50% to vulnerable damage, which is very doable. That's low. So let's say plus 50% to vulnerable damage, okay? Let's do vuln over here. So, if you had an item that was plus 50% vulnerable damage, vulnerable also has a 20% flat. Vulnerable also has a 20% flat. So you'd be doing the 20% plus the, we were just gonna say items gave you 50%. Okay, times the total damage. So, if the total damage was 1,000, we'd have to apply the 320% first. So it would be plus 1,000 times 320%. Okay, that's how you get the damage. And then below that, for the after, it would be 20% base, plus the new affix would be 50% minus 40%, which is 30%. So it'd be gutted to 30% plus 1,000 times 400%. All right, there we go. Now we just do the math, and I think I got the formula right. So we'd have, on the top, we have 1,000 times, I probably did it in the wrong order, but that's okay. Times 3.2 is 3,200. Plus the plus 70% would be, we could just multiply that times 1.7. I wrote it down wrong, but I'm doing it right, okay? I wrote it down wrong, but I'm doing it right. Just let me finish it out. So this damage is 3,200. Math! Bad math, but it'll get the right answer. Okay, so that's 3,200, and this is written a different way. It's going to be 1, let me do a different color. 1.7 times 3,200 equals 5,440. Right? That's correct. How did the plus become... Because I'm using literal percentages instead of writing them out in decimal form. When you add 70% to something, you get 1.7 times. Okay, anyway. And then down here, it's 1.7 times 4,000. Wait, no, sorry. It's 1.5. 1.5 times 4,000. That was the whole point of this experiment. I got it, chat. So, equals 6,000. So you can see that if you only have, let's say, plus 50% to your vulnerable damage, you're actually doing more damage if you had like a whole bunch of additive bonuses. However, we know that 50% is not what you have. What you actually have on the average build, I can actually just show you, because we can just simply log in and find a better understanding of that. What's this, a video game? Impossible. He's still in the calculation creator. I do need to figure out how to use actual spreadsheets. Let's see what my... Well, I can't see what my old numbers were, because they've been retroactively updated, haven't they? Oh no! Oh no, I haven't looked! 14% vulnerable on my rings. I guess I could just math them. Oh, they're dead. They're dead, dude. Plus 39% vulnerable, plus 36 crit damage. Oh. Oh. Chat, how do you find what the original number was? The original number minus 40% equals 39%. How do you do that mathematically? Look at the strength. My strength is down to 700. And the weapon's only 129. Oof. X times 0.6 equals Y. X is the old value, Y is the new value. Yeah, but I want to find the old value. I know what the new value is. Wouldn't it be X divided by 0.6? So it'd be 39 divided by 0.6 is 65. So yeah, that just went from 65% vulnerable damage to 39. Huge, just unbelievable nerfs to my build. Everyone's build. So here's what we can do. We can look at vulnerable damage as 172. Not all of that's from items, though. Let me calculate my item vuln. No vulnerable, no vulnerable, no vulnerable, no vulnerable. I need to replace my hammer. My hammer sucks. I have plus 18.8. Okay, so let's do 18.8 plus 39. Okay. Plus 18 plus 14.3. That's 90 plus necklace. Doesn't have any vuln. Okay. So my current vulnerable from items is 90.1. But if we divide that by 0.6, my original was 150. 150 from items to 90.1. So I just lost 60% vulnerable damage. And that's just not including my... Plus 10.5% crit strike damage is the new inherent for one-handed swords? Just seeing it in action is hilarious. Alright, how much... That's so small! That's so little! They were reduced by 50%? So they were 20 each. And now they're 10 each. And then all crit damage was reduced by 17% across the board to affixes. Well, I can't really figure out. I can do a dungeon and tell you how much damage I'm doing now compared to what I was doing before. I'm level in game. I'm level 88, and I was doing, I would say, anywhere from 350,000 to 700,000 crits against. I'm trying to remember what level the enemies were. I want to say I was doing like level 46 nightmare dungeons, level 45 nightmare dungeons. Are you doing a brawl build? No, I'm doing a weird off-meta build. Okay, but anyways, I wish there was a way for me to know how much more, like, bonus damage from damage versus slowed, stunned, close. I could probably calculate all of it. So some of these got buffed. But some of them also got nerfed, like damage to crowd controlled. I don't know. It's confusing. My barb is 86 and damage was cut down by almost 30%. Same with survivability. Okay, chat. We could do math all day, or we could just acknowledge we're gonna do less damage and do a dungeon. Let's say we try a dungeon. Also, I need to check, let's get the music changed. I don't remember what this was on before. I vote math all day. Reasonable. I'm gonna be a controller, Andy. I actually love the controller. I would share my barb build, but I need to make sure that I can kill anything first. Also, who we got? Chat, you are welcome to join our brand new community clan, the Knights Who Say E. You can just search Knights Who Say E, and I just started this the night before yesterday. Assuming that there are still people who participate. I gotta do the dungeon first before I talk about the competition. I gotta do a dungeon first because how much that pisses me off will determine a lot of things. But if you submit a join request, I will accept it now. Anyway, I know we've just been talking about patches for over 2 hours. It is that serious, though. It is that serious. That's why I titled the stream the way it is, because I had a lot on my mind. I had a lot to talk about. What up, Brink? But you can do exclamation Diablo if you need to know what to search. Okay, so my barb build, level 88. Let's just... Why is there an exclamation? What is... I don't know what it's trying to notify me of. Hey. Yeah, the map has, the map really wants me to know that I can do the Echo of Hatred. At level 88. And it won't, the notification won't go away. Okay, let's do a dungeon. All right, let's go. I was doing level 46s with ease. Let's do a 44, but not 30% less physical damage. Okay, you find more gold. Killing a monster releases a deadly lightning pulse after a short delay. You deal 15% more physical damage. Monster attacks reduce your armor. This one's fine. Reduce cooldowns on kill. Elites are always cold enchanted. Monsters deal fire damage. They take less lightning and they take less from overpower. This should be easy. This has a buff for us. 15% buff. I'm just gonna drink a potion that doesn't really do anything, like lightning resist, so I can get 5% extra XP. And the purpose is this is gonna be the test to see if my barbarian is dead. Is the patch live? Oh yeah, the patch is live. It's there now. All right, Gulron Slums. I've done this a number of times. Let's see how it goes. My only build I put time into was my Arclash Source, and this patch pushed her down and stole her lunch money. Okay, so it's gonna be a little chaotic when you're watching what my build does, but all you need to know is that I am an Iron Maelstrom Barb, who's focused on attack speed with, Double Swing is my primary core ability. So what I do is die to bugs and also throw gigantic blades all over the place. So, oh yeah, I forgot cooldown. Cooldown got nerfed too, big time. Great. Yeah, no, I just remembered that. So what's my cooldown reduction now? 17.5%. So, to find out what it was... If it got nerfed by 30%, is that right? So would I divide by 0.7? 17.5 divided by 0.7? It was 25%. So yeah, I just lost 7.5% cooldown reduction. Because it just got nerfed by 30%. So, didn't depend on my cooldowns for anything, you know, no big deal. I can't focus on how much damage I'm doing or not doing because these little bugs are so annoying. Oh, I am 100% squishier than I was before. My damage. Okay, those, you see these like 80k crits? Those were like 200,000 crits before.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Also, it just bugged. Sorry, I'm just jumping away to figure out why I heard Iron Skin proc and then Iron Skin didn't proc. Oh my god, dude. Is that the instant freeze? Or was I chilled? Maybe I was chilled. Those crits are substantially smaller. Yeah, I was critting between 350k and 700k. You're dropping to a third every time you get hit by groups. Yeah, I feel way more squishy now. Way more squishy. I never had the potion on these. And just like having to spend that much time on a single elite. Time to kill is way up. It was a 30% armor reduction from affixes. So like I have, I want to say that I've lost, I had 75% damage reduction from enemies of equal level. So my armor has gone down by 16% damage reduction based on what I had before. Why did they do across the board nerfs? Because like 5 players figured out how to combine abilities and do 1 billion damage. So they nerfed it for everyone. Is my guess. Oh, I was cruising through these, chap. I can't explain what it looked like yesterday. Also nerfing before the power spike coming in the season. Oh, we didn't even look at Malignant Hearts. All right, after this, we can go look at Malignant Hearts after this. It's actually hilarious they did this 2 days before the season. People are pissed. Yeah, I have more to say. But I'll save it for after. I just want to complete this dungeon first. It looks so fun to watch you build warrior in past streams, build flexibility. Yeah, it's just like, I guess they just want you to do low, it's a confusing spot because on the one hand, you can't even get the 15% bonus XP unless you're fighting enemies who are at least 10 levels higher than you. But they've made it harder than ever to fight enemies that are 10 levels higher than you. Right? So, you're like I now feel like I don't know if I'm struggling, but I'm close to struggling here.
My savior.
I'm getting close to struggling. If they nerf bleed damage for barbs, I will be sad. Just Mojo, did you just get here? Did you miss every Chat is currently recovering. Yeah, like 100,000 crits with every damage bonus that I have. That's berserking on. That's with fortify up. That's standing inside of my my earthquake. That's with all 3 walking arsenal damage passives bonus. And these guys are chunking the hell out of me. That guy's like nigh unkillable for some reason. Can't wait to get to the boss. Slay the possessed brute and collect the jail key. Okay. I feel like the boss is gonna be easy. Did they nerf Uber Lilith? No, they're so proud of Uber Lilith for some reason. I am, like, something's weird, actually. Something feels different when I'm attacking. Like, the distance that the enemies are getting, like, pushed back. Late Chatter's people arriving. If the question is, did they nerf? The answer is almost universally yes, they did, yeah. Controller problems there. Those guys just like disappeared off the map for a second for some reason. Time to get one shot by a wraith. The little dudes that do the little red on the ground. Oh my god, these guys.
The game was too easy, chat. We can't have the game being too easy.
How is, like, I want to know how anybody's gonna do a level 100 nightmare dungeon. Honestly. I'm curious how anybody's gonna get that done. Like, under any circumstances? Hello? Hello? Good lord. There's so much. I'm gonna die. I never have ever had this kind of a problem on this. It's not even a high-level nightmare dungeon. Okay, yeah, no, I feel way weaker. I feel way weaker. I feel like I need to go down 3. Okay, let me put this in perspective. This is a level 40, I want to say it's a 44 nightmare dungeon, okay? And I'm having trouble, where I feel like I need to go down a couple levels of nightmare. Before, I was doing level 46, level 47 nightmare dungeons, 2 to 3 levels higher, and I was like, I could easily go higher than this. I think I could have made it probably to, because I was doing 46, 47 with relative ease. So I probably could have made it up to 50 and then sweat. I think level 50 would have been as hard as this is at 44 for me right now. Is this a you need to change your build problem now, or everything is borked problem? It's basically, this is just how it is. This is just how it is. For everyone. This is a change your expectations sort of patch. Yeah, well, I got some really bad news. Expectations go both ways. And, I think this is also a change your expectations of your player base sort of patch. I think that there's gonna be a rude awakening. Maxwell was thinking about stopping D4. Don't know if they're gonna do it or not. Really? Can you show me where they said that? Oh my lord. You do get more items now. They said it in their stream earlier today. Nailed it. I don't think it was hard, but it just took like 30% longer to get the kill. For the boss fight. Playing RPGs is supposed to be fun, not a slog. I actually thought it was in a good spot before from like a purely difficulty perspective because there's a couple things about this patch. Oh, don't forget to use your glyph. That was the perfect amount of XP. Interesting. After doing a dungeon, here's what I don't agree with / understand. On the one hand, before, we can all agree that at a certain point, the overworld content is very easy, right? Once you get to a high enough level in World Tier 4, I would say in your 70s. In your 70s, World Tier 4 becomes fairly easy, right? You can one tap every single overworld mob who's just out and about roaming in the entire game. Elite or otherwise, doesn't matter. So what they've done in this patch is reduce the level of all overworld enemies by 5 levels behind you. So now the overworld enemies are even easier than they were before from just a purely level perspective. They also give 50% less XP because they're 5 levels beneath you. So if I just walk outside the town, my move speed is incredible, by the way. You've probably noticed. But if we just go find somebody, these guys are all level 82. I'm level 88, which that's -6 levels, not -5. One guy's level 83, and there's still, these Hornets are just OP. Hornets are OP. That's not really a good indicator of what we can or can't do here. Right? But those guys don't give me any experience points because they're 5 levels below me. So there's no reason to go out and fight them ever now, right? At the same time, to me that says, go do Nightmare Dungeons. But at the same time, when you go do Nightmare Dungeons, the XP has been nerfed because you need to be fighting enemies who are at least 10 levels higher than you to get a 15% XP bonus now. Where before you could fight enemies 3 levels higher than you to get a 25% XP bonus. So it just feels like you're being pulled in 2 completely different directions, where you're being punished for doing higher level Nightmare Dungeons because you are now 30% squishier and deal probably just ballparking 30 to 40% less damage combined, I would guess, because you got nerfed on crit damage, main stat, my weapons, got their inherent values nerfed, and vulnerable damage. Did I say all of them? Yeah, Tree of Whispers is all outside and in normal dungeons. So you're supposed to do Tree of Whispers, which apparently got... Let me just see how much XP you get from Tree of Whispers. And there's a Helltide here, but, like, I'm not gonna go do that. Because of the Helltide nerfs. So, let's go try a Whisper. I need 5 points. I'm just gonna go do this dungeon. Basic dungeon for 5. This is all to sell. Ultimate Edition game upgrades. What would that do? That doesn't do anything. They're going to be selling less copies after this patch. Nightmare Dungeons are just going to be looking for group discords to optimize your team. But why would you play in a group when monsters scale 100% with each player? When you could play solo, and then they don't scale. What would be... Because didn't the group XP buff get nerfed? Because... Like, the monsters are harder now and give less XP? So wouldn't it be better to solo? But no, the Season Pass has nothing to do with this patch. At all. If you're gonna be mad about something, be mad at the patch. There is plenty there already. It doesn't need any outside help. You still get an XP bonus for just being near your party members. Okay, before we do this dungeon, I forgot that we can also look at the Malignant season itself. Because I think it's a reasonable take to say, well, maybe all these nerfs happened in advance of Season 1 because you're gonna be OP in with the Malignant Hearts. So let's take a look at those. After I double check. So what's the XP bonus for being in a party? Is it 20%? Depends on how fast you kill solo versus group. Okay, but like just mathematically, if you have a monster, and if you fight him with one person, he's X. And if you fight him with 2 people, he's X times 2 in terms of scaling. Whichever you or your friend is worse at killing is going to bring the other person down. It's a flat 5% for my one friend. I don't know if it scales with player count. You clear faster in certain Nightmare dungeons because you split up and don't need to backtrack as much. But if you split up, the monsters are 200% stronger because there's 2 of you. Then it takes twice as long to kill them, so how is it faster? Than if you just did it twice. If you're... There's also... You now have to be within 10 levels as an extra restriction. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, the Malignant. I already know about investigating the Malignant. So, the short version of what the Season 1 is your jewelry can now have special types of sockets. We can mute the background audio for a second. It'd be funny if I came back and I was dead. Your jewelry can have special sockets that are malignant sockets, and long story short, you can put powers in them, okay? So what are the powers? Critical strikes electrically charge the enemy for up to 2.5 seconds, causing lightning to arc between them and any other charged enemies, dealing lightning damage. 68 to 136. Is that actually the maximum damage? It can't be that low. I feel like I'm misunderstanding something. I guess if you crit everyone and they're all arcing, then it's multiplying to everyone. I have to see it in action. Every 5 seconds, while above 60% life, core skills cost life instead of your primary resource. Skills that consume life deal 10 to 20% increased damage. So once every 5 seconds above 60% life, you pay 50-ish life to deal 10 to 20% extra damage. What core skills do you only cast once every 5 seconds? I'm not sure. Okay, you gain 40 to 60% critical strike damage, but your non-critical strikes deal 20 to 15% less damage. So at the top end, it's 60% and 15%. I like how this will barely make up for the critical strike damage that was removed from the character via the patch. So maybe if we're lucky, the seasonal gems can kind of get me back to where I was before the season started with the same build. But just for crit strike, not for vulnerable. Okay. You gain 10% barrier generation. So one thing to note, you will lose 750 armor from skulls. That's also correct. Yes, you will lose 750 armor from skulls not being in sockets. 10% barrier generation, you heal 3 to 7 life per second. These aren't real numbers, right? This is like... These like scale, right? It's not 7 life per second when you have a life pool of 10,000, right? Those should be... Oh, these are level 1. Okay. These are level 1. Padme, it scales, right? And it yeah, I guess these are level 1. 10 to 20% of incoming damage is suppressed. When you use a defensive subterfuge or macabre skill, all suppressed damage is amplified by 250% and explodes, dealing fire damage. Why put a max on that? Okay, you become immune for 2 to 4 seconds after you lose more than 20% life in a single hit once every 110 seconds. I won't be losing more than 20% life in a single hit now. Well, after all of my defensive nerfs, right? Just wait 2 more minutes. Is there a note at the top of the thread? The stats you see reflect what a level 20 character would receive as a drop. As your seasonal character grows, so too will the power of the hearts that drop. Resource draining effects are 40 to 50% less effective. In addition, gain 3 to 8% resource gen. Deal 500 to 680 fire damage to surrounding enemies whenever a crowd control effect is removed from you. So unstoppable. What a level 20 character would receive, and then they state World Tier 3. Where do they say World Tier 3? Oh, some of them can only be acquired in World Tier 3 or after. Okay, I see. That does make it slightly confusing. Okay, where were we? After spending 150 to 200 of your primary resource, your next attack stuns enemies hit for 2 seconds. This is the only one that I would be good for my current build so far, because my attack speed is so high that, and I spend so much fury and build so much fury that I could actually probably use this. This is the only one that seems interesting so far. I think that if this damage scales to a meaningful amount, that the crit strike's electric charge might be interesting. But the stun seems good. Cycle through a malignant bonus every 20 kills. First, gain 20% attack speed. Cycle to core and basic skills have a 15% to restore your primary resource. Full restore. Cycle to every 21 seconds, gain a barrier absorbing 85 to 100. Wait a second. What if you kill 20 enemies faster than 21 seconds? Do you just not get a barrier on that one? Is that like 1 in every 3 rotations is dead? Because, like, attack speed plus full restore resources is great. Those are both solid. Not sure about 21-second barrier. Your damage over time is increased by up to 40% for each different crowd control effect on the target. Unstoppable monsters and staggered bosses instead take up to 130% increased damage. That needs to be, is that additive or multiplicative? Huge discrepancy there. If that's multiplicative, that's a lot. Chat, I understand what happened. I know what happened. The lead dev of Diablo 4 is a bleed barb. And they were like, enemies, my friends are killing them too fast. My bleeding effects don't do anything. I want poison and bleeding to have time to actually tick. So therefore, I will increase time to kill by 30 to 40%. I think that's what happened. If this is multiplicative, these could be really good. The Barber, super. These are super World Tier 3. Crit strikes and subsequent damage within up to 4 seconds is absorbed by your target. Then it erupts onto surrounding enemies. Stored damage is increased by 10% per second. What happens if they die before the 4 seconds is over? Does it still proc? Or does it, when it says absorb, does it just not deal damage and they just have to... Do you want this number to be higher or lower? Because I'm thinking if they absorb it, they might just not die. And then absorb all damage until the timer runs out, and then it erupts and does AoE. I think it kills ads while you hit the boss. I'm confused about how some of these might function. Barbarian. After spending up to, well, as low as 60 fury within 2 seconds, your next non-basic skill crit strike chance is increased by up to 30%. Within 2 seconds. I could actually do this with my current build. I could spend 60 fury in 2 seconds. Easy. But it's only guaranteeing crit for one ability. While below 40 to 60% life, you get 50 to 60% more healing. Who cares? Your skills have a 20 to 30% chance to knock down all enemies for 1.25 seconds when that skill's attack speed is higher than 35 to 20%. I could definitely do this. Free knockdown. Incoming damage has a 15% chance of being ignored and instead healing you. I guess this is just built-in dodge. Built-in dodge. Druid gets kills have a 5% chance to summon a wolf companion for 20 to 30 seconds. In addition, gain +3 to wolves. When there are 8 to 13 close enemies, automatically cast Cyclone Armor once every 10 seconds. Okay, Druids sound fun at least. These don't really sound fun to me. These just sound like, here's some crit chance. Here's some healing. One free knockdown. Dodge affix. But this is like a free wolf, +3 to wolves. Automatically cast Cyclone when every 10 seconds. It's pretty good uptime. Like, that's pretty great uptime. Up to 30 to 50 distant enemies are pulled toward you when you have an ultimate active. And then your super is when you are hit with a stun, freeze, or knockdown. There is a 60% chance to automatically activate Grizzly Rage for 3 seconds. Why not just give it a 100% chance so that people can have fun? This one sounds fun. Up to 50 distant enemies are pulled toward you with an ultimate. I want that one. Dude, this season only lasts for 3 months, and then we'll never get to play with these ever again. That's all I'm saying. This is not gear you get to take with you after the season's over. This is just like rental gear that you get to play. These are little toys you get to play with for a short amount of time. Just put some insane shit in here. 40% chance only. Necromancer. Walking near a corpse automatically activates an equipped corpse skill every second, dealing 40 to 30% reduced damage. So just running around activates corpse skills. You don't get to carry this over when the season ends? No, that's the point of the season. The season's point is you play because it has unique things. Why would I bother? Because 3 months is a long-ass time. My character's basically done after 1 month in the Eternal Realm. And then every 3 months you get to come back and there's a new season mechanic. The actual reason is because if you fast forward with your mind, use your human power of consciousness to pretend that a year has gone by, there will be 4 extra seasons compared to now. And if 4 extra seasons carry over, and every season introduces new unique items, not uniques, but new items, new powers, new abilities that are intentionally made, in theory, I don't know about these ones, but in theory, they can be more powerful because they don't carry over, and then all of them did carry over, then you have basically a balancing nightmare trying to make sure that all seasons cooperate with all seasons in the post instead of infinitely power scaling up to bajillions is the actual reason. But Diablo 3 doesn't carry over after seasons. This is the equivalent of in Diablo 3 doing season mechanics. You get sets, but they just added new sets to the game. There were new uniques added to the game, and those carry over into the Eternal Realm right now. That was up here. You have 5 new uniques and 7 new legendary aspects. Those are just in the game permanently. This is the Malignant Heart season content. This does not carry over. But anyway. When at least 5 enemies are near you, gain an aura that automatically curses surrounding enemies with Decrepify. What does Decrepify do? Up to a 10%, 20% chance of inflicting fear. Feared enemies are chilled. Interesting. Each minion drains up to 2 essence per second, but deals 75% increased damage. Each minion drains 2 essence per second, but deals 75 increased damage. With no minions, this bonus applies to you and drains 5 essence per second. These sound kind of fun. I don't know. Like, corpse skills automatically casting seems interesting. I don't know what Decrepify is. What's the sad song? It's just the Diablo 3 soundtrack. Rogue gets Lucky Hit. You have up to a 20% chance to launch 3 stun grenades that deal damage and stun enemies for 0.5 seconds. Don't spin that all in one place, chat. When you use the subterfuge skill, leave behind an unstable shadow decoy trap that taunts. The shadow decoy trap will explode after 6 seconds. Cannot occur more than once every 5 seconds. Lucky Hit, up to 20 to 40% chance for your cutthroat skills to slow by 40%. Who cares about slow? And your marksman skills to knock back enemies. Your attacks have a 5 to 15% chance to apply all imbuement effects at 40 to 50% of normal potency. That one's good, right? But the rest of them are kind of boring, yeah? Like, the super is good. These suck. Sorcerer. But there shouldn't be like 3 out of 4 just like meh. Okay. Sorcerer, Tal Rasha. For each unique element you deal damage with, you deal increased damage for up to 10 seconds. This is actually just a glyph that is also now not a glyph, I guess. After taking elemental damage, gain up to 40% resistance. Oh yeah, we talked about this earlier. Actually useless. Right? Resistance is dead. This literally doesn't do anything. Hasn't been patched yet. When you are afflicted with a crowd control effect, there is up to a 40% chance the same enemy and enemies around you are also afflicted. Bro, imagine if this was 100%. That would be sick as hell. You could put this on a necklace, and I guess it becomes 60%, but still. Like, every time you get CC'd, all the enemies around you get CC'd. But it's just so low that I wouldn't wear it. Core skills that launch a projectile consume all of your mana. Oh, yeah. Core, yeah, chat, your core skills. You know, ice shards, the chain lightning, fireball. Consume all mana. For every 45 to 35 extra mana consumed, you launch an additional projectile and the damage is increased by up to 5%! Huge, dude. So, like, I'm so confused, man. What is this? I guess it gets more powerful as you level up. But if you're the developers, why would you show the level 20 version of these and not the level 100 version of these so people can get excited and see how they're supposed to look in the end game? I don't know, this could scale up to like 3,000% at end game for all I know, and then maybe it's good. Blizzard's family was killed by sorcerers. That one's a 100% increase on single projectile abilities. Brain Fist, I'm about to blow your mind. If you cast a fireball for 35%, and it consumes another 35 mana, you could just cast another fireball. Now, it just sucks up all of your mana, and you have to wait for your mana to regen. Am I missing something? So it's every 35 at best. So like if you cast this for 35 and you'd have to have 105, you could cast 3 fireballs simultaneously. Yeah, you would launch 3 simultaneous fireballs. They would get a slight damage boost, and then you wait for your mana. We're back at the patch notes. No, we did a dungeon, realized that my build is about 40% weaker than it was yesterday. And I remembered that we can look at the malignant hearts as well. So it's different patch notes. These are all the malignant sockets that are being added in Season 1. Because the theory was, well, what if all the nerfs are just happening because of how OP we're going to be with the malignant sockets? So we're looking at the malignant sockets, and I think we're all understanding that I would say about 66% of them suck. And there's probably about 10 to 15% that are like, oh my god, that's crazy. And then the remaining are like, that's okay. That's just first impressions. I could be totally wrong, and there's a handful of these that when put together are just like, oh my god, that's incredible. But that's kind of their fault. They're only showing the level 20 version of the drops. They should just be showing the level 100 version of them so we can see, or the level 80 or something, so I know what they can become instead of what they start out as, I guess. Because, yeah, the sorcerer ones, this is the only good one that I can tell. And it's just a glyph, but now it's in a socket instead. Like, it's a literal glyph. For each unique element you deal damage with, deal increased damage. All right, hold that thought. Let's go to Paragon board. Behold the Elementalist. Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. Can you read that? Oh my god. There we go. If you deal fire, cold, or lightning damage to an enemy, it increases all damage you deal to them by 5% multiplicative for 10 seconds once per element. So 3 elements equals 3 stacks of 5% multiplicative damage. Here we have 3 elements equals 10 seconds is the exact same time. Just maybe more damage if that's multiplicative. Or level 50, where people who beat the campaign can get a feel for it, yeah. So this one does something, it's just boring. It's good, though. This one is just, you can't use it. This one seems bad. I don't want a 20 to 40% chance to hit an enemy with a crowd control effect after I do. After I get hit with one. 250 armor is probably more useful. Dude, hang on. Is the 250 armor measurer the like, is this pizza? How do you measure pizza? You use the Pizza Hut stuffed crust standard. You just look at something and go, would I rather have Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza? And the Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza in this case is 250 armor. Would I rather have 250 armor than this? Yes, absolutely. Would I rather have 250 armor than this? Yeah, I think so. Would I rather have 250 armor than this? Absolutely. I can't speak for... You mean 500 armor now. Also true. Now the generic ones, these are class agnostic. This one has potential to be really good. The crit electric. It depends on how much the damage scales. I feel like this might actually be good later, especially with increased mob survivability. this one seems bad unless that's 20% multiplicative damage, but it's just every 5 seconds. So I'm gonna say not usable, give me armor. You deal increased crit strike damage. This one could feel good if crit strike didn't just get super nerfed. Because I think that this is generically good for high crit classes, but also boring. It just doesn't do much. Just ran 4 Nightmare solo. XP feels bad again. Yay. 1 step forward, 2 steps back, dude. You gain barrier generation and heal. We don't know. That's probably not going to be enough life per second with 10,000-ish max life at high levels. 10 to 20% of incoming damage is suppressed. I just don't know how this one works. It depends on if suppressed means you still take it, or if you ignore 20% and it redirects. That's pretty cool. 110-second proc. Give me the armor instead. Resource draining effects are less effective. Gain 8% increased resource generation. Give me the armor instead. This literally only counters a specific Nightmare Dungeon affix, which you should generally just ignore. Just don't do that Nightmare Dungeon. Crowd control being removed deals some fire damage around you. So just when you become unstoppable every 10 seconds, give me the armor. After spending primary resource, attack stun. This one's actually great for my specific build. So put that one in S tier for me. That one's sneaking in the S tier category. This one's probably going to be S tier. Free attack speed. Huge chance to restore your primary resource. And then a free barrier. I'm going to say this is probably going to be S tier. Damage over time is increased. Maybe Dot becomes useful because you can't kill any enemies now. Crit strikes and all subsequent damage is absorbed. I don't understand how this one works. I don't know if you can kill them while they're absorbing damage, or if their absorbing period makes them immune until the timer's up. Confused. So it might be good. It has the potential to be really good. Barber has the potential to be really good, yeah. Okay, well, there you go, chat. We looked at all of them. I don't think there's enough power here to make up... I would say, in most cases, I'd rather have the armor, unfortunately. Just for reference, that vicious attack speed was shown at 17% for a level 2 gem, and 20% at level 20. That is an interesting frame of reference. So it's going up like 3% every 18 levels, roughly. I really enjoyed D4, but now I'm sad. Yeah. Yeah, it's reasonable. Alright, let's try a regular dungeon. Just a default dungeon. Oh. They disconnected me for inactivity. How freaking dare you? How freaking dare you, dude? I have 25 minutes for this? That's fine. I honestly, the more that I read all the patch notes, the more impressed I got. Like, that took a really ballsy approach to handling game balance. And when I say ballsy, I mean the fact that before the patch came out, they said, you guys aren't gonna believe this. This patch has 6,600 words. It is huge. And they said that because the last few patches have been extremely well received, and especially well received because of how substantial they were. And so this time, the community manager, I think, was just expecting the same results. Like, we have another massive patch for you guys. Get ready. Like, remembering how much you love the last few patches, but not really knowing or understanding the contents of the patch. So that when it actually came out, everyone was so excited. And then they read it and they're like, you know, and like the face just changes, and then suddenly rage in the comments was probably the opposite of what the community manager expected. And it's not their fault, right? Like, I'm not saying anything about the community manager one way or the other. How could they know? You can't know everything about the game at all times, especially like what the patch is. But going from like, it's 6,600 words, get ready, it's gonna be crazy, to I wish it was 5 words. It would have been better if it were 5. Fire him now. It's fire him. Get rid of him. By the way, chat, can I just say, the Whisper XP needs to be massive, because doing a regular dungeon for the Whisper, all those enemies are 5 levels lower than me.
It saved my life.
So I am getting 50% of the normal XP that I would have gotten from each enemy before the patch. It's all good, Illard. I don't know if it is, but you feel more progression now. No, I'm actually having more trouble killing enemies who are 5 levels lower than me. Which is kind of like the hilarious, something feels sticky with my build, and something feels buggy.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
I think it's that, I think it's, oh, I know what it is. It was probably, like, it's probably the nerf to hamstring. Bleeding effects only slowing healthy enemies by 20%, so I can't do crits anymore frequently. If I damage them too much, it depends on how much my leap does. No, it should still be applying slow.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
But like, I'm running out of, oh, it's bugged! Oh, wait, it's actually bugged. Hold on. Holy shit. Also, my inventory's full. Chat, I have an aspect. No, it's not bugged. Never mind, I'm a dumbass. I forgot that I changed my aspect. I was talking about Helltides, which are bugged. I haven't played in a couple weeks, so getting the feel for it again instead. You picked a unfortunate time to come back, Gillard. Very unfortunate time. But I wish you luck. Oh my god, this is just a normal dungeon. Five levels below me. Didn't they say they wanted to make you feel more powerful? Wasn't the whole point of that to make your level scaling feel better? I feel weaker. I'm dying. I'm being killed by 5 levels lower than me. What the hell? What is happening here? Jesus, dude. Oh, this is so sad. I haven't tried my rogue yet. Almost afraid to. Oh, yeah, it's bad. I had a actually really tight, good build. That delicious chain CC. Yeah, no. I would say I went from I'm going to write a build guide about my build so that people in chat can enjoy it to just pretend it doesn't exist anymore. Maybe that's everybody's build now, but I gotta kill this nerd first. Thanks, spiders. Oh my lord. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Well, I just want to put it into perspective. If you don't know anything about how my build's supposed to work, just look at the yellow numbers. The yellow numbers when I deal damage are crits, okay? I was dealing up to 750,000 damage in crits. Now I want you, when I was at full steam, okay? My minimum crit was 250 to 350k. 100k for the weak hits. That was my absolute lowest. Now, when I get everything set up and I go pew, 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 I'm dealing 193 on the top end instead of 700,000. And that's the enemies who are 5 levels lower than me. So it's probably not that extreme, but I would say I'm hitting for about 50% less than I was before. Is accurate. Maybe more. Because my maximum damage potential is I can get them vulnerable the second I do damage to them. If I stand in the earthquake, I deal 23% multiplicative damage, and if they're stunned, that's when I do the maximum amount of damage. But they nerfed that aspect too. That's this aspect. The 20% multiplicative, that used to be 40% multiplicative, got nerfed today. So that's been cut off. There's my 23% multiplicative for standing in an earthquake. Lost half of the critical strike damage inherited from the one-handed swords. Is there any way to change your build to get the total damage up? No, they pretty much basically said in the patch notes. How did that happen? They pretty much said in the patch notes they expect everyone to be weaker. I can find it for you again. This one right here. Many affixes are too efficient. We know these changes will reduce the total amount of possible power a character can possess. The total amount of possible power. You're not gonna get the whisper, by the way. Okay, you're right. How much time is left? Is it gone? I got 14 minutes. Okay, that was a 347,000 overpower, which is hilarious. That was like my best case scenario. Haven't ever gotten into Diablo. What's the point of such heavy nerfs for a PvE focused game? Andy Umster, the reason why I'm so whiny today and everyone else is so whiny is because we don't know. Everyone was it's basically everyone was happy when they woke up. They're like, it's Christmas morning. It's time for patch. And they go look, and there's no presents under the tree. And not only that, the tree is gone. And not only that, the cookies have been eaten, all of them, and the crumbs are scattered everywhere all over the table. And Santa picked up the glass of milk and shattered it against the fireplace, and there's little shards of glass all over the floor. And there's reindeer shit in your front yard. Like, everyone was like ready for Christmas, and now we're all just sad because we were so happy and excited for season 1 because we're the apologists who stuck with the game and supported it when everyone else went to go play something else, and now we just sit here with a bunch of deer shit, and that's all we've got. Doesn't make any sense. Also, my build sucks now. Oh my god, my build sucks against bosses because I can only slow them for the first 3 seconds while they're healthy. So I can't get the crit. Yeah, my build sucks against bosses now. But actually full nerfed. But yeah, the simple answer is no one knows. No one like, everyone is very angry and confused right now. Because it was about, there were like 2 or 3 really good patches before this where everyone's like, oh my god, yes, they understand us. They know what we want. And they're giving it to us with the Nightmare Dungeon teleportation, buffing XP for doing dungeons and other events. It was all fairly positive, other than some initial nerfs. Everything was going good. That's why I said at the beginning of the stream, it's like they money shifted the game. If I can use Derail Valley terms. They thought that they were like hyping us up like, just wait until you see these patch notes. It's like a book, 6,600 words. And instead of letting us read it, they just went, and just like hit us in the face with it. They're like, you dumb bastard. It's 6,600 words to give it extra weight so that when I just smash it against your face, you really feel it. Santa, why? Santa, why? D4 isn't a game you have to know life. Nairo, did you just get here? Within the last 30 minutes, yeah. Is the season of the nerf. Yeah, basically. But no, I can't even, like, handle... I almost died in a regular dungeon where all the enemies are now, for fun, 5 levels lower than me and give 50% less XP per enemy. So... where before, I could basically just stand in place and almost never potion in... Nightmare Dungeons 10 plus levels higher than me. But this is... being level 88 after a month is not no-lifing Diablo. for the record. I have one main character. Did we get any good loot? I don't know what constitutes good loot anymore. I've never seen Ital so defeated. I mean, this is like just Marvel Snap PTSD all over again. And I just keep letting it happen. Tried some Nightmare Dungeons on my Bone Spear Necro. Not good. Yeah. Feels like they told two different teams to reduce time to kill. One came back with a proposition to make enemies tankier, more deadly. The other came back with widespread player damage nerfs. And then they said yes to both. "25% vulnerable damage. That would have been 42% before." 14% to critical strike damage. Hang on. Did they nerf? I guess they nerfed critical strike damage on regular, like two-handed swords as well, didn't they? Sorry, I can't even process. I'm thinking too many thoughts. Thinking too many thoughts to be able to actually grade my own gear. My Blight Necro is okay, but man, they feel even more squishy. Yeah, extremely squishy. But anyways. I have played games for enough time to not boo-hoo over balancing while always expecting buffs only. Well, then I guess you'll be the target audience. When you're the last one left playing this. I have also played enough games to know when something is actually worth complaining about, and this is it. So, I had almost zero complaints about Diablo 4, and I have done a 180 on that in one patch. Where I think I'm done with this character, to be honest. Because why would I play now when they're obviously going to revert so much of this shit? Why should I waste time trying to level this character, climbing through quicksand, when they are going to revert at least 50% of the patch notes today? At least. Within the next few months. Can confirm the tree is not excellent XP. I believe you. Alright, let me get rid of the rest of this crap. Move speed is good, but nothing else is good. Crit strike damage, vulnerable damage, damage to stun, damage to crowd control. All nerfed. That's actually almost, it would have been an almost good ring. Previously, yep, none of it. Sorry that took so long.
Come back and see us.
Well, I walked away while we were talking about the hearts. What's the consensus? The consensus was there's about 10% of the hearts seem like they have the potential to be really good. 25% seem like they could be okay. And then the other 65% are, I would rather have armor socketed in than those. Okay, fine. We'll buy the cosmetics, just put it back the way it was. Alright, how much XP? I heard that it was dramatically buffed per the patch notes.
Done.
Dramatically buffed.
Found and lost. And found and lost.
How much XP did I get? It didn't even tell me. Didn't it used to tell you? 718k. Oh, it just popped up. I was looking on the left. Sorry. I was looking on the card. 718k. That is reasonable. Because it's, right now it's about 15 million per. But it's not, it's better, but okay, maybe reasonable is not the right word. It's not reasonable when you consider that every mob that you'll be fighting to complete a whisper is giving you 50% less XP. Blizzard is lowering costs before selling to Microsoft. I don't think so. I think it's just too many cooks in the kitchen. I think they have too many cooks in the kitchen. Okay. And out.
May the light keep you.
I don't notice a big nerf on my Hoda barb. Hoda got hosed today. So, I don't know what content you were doing before. Barb's got hosed today, too. You're only able to apply slow on healthy enemies. Huge nerf to barb crit chance. I mainly focus on high crit. Me too. I am a crit focused build. Any enemy that dies within 3 seconds, you are going to be significantly weaker against. Because hamstring is now reduced to only affecting healthy enemies. So because you can only bleed slow healthy enemies, you can only get your 18% increased crit strike chance against slow enemies while they are in that 3-second window. Actually, now that I look at this, it actually doesn't say how long it slows enemies for. I just assumed it was 3 seconds. But there is no timer on this. It just slows. How you doing post nerf? Oh, terrible, Oscar. Terrible. My build sucks now. Totally gutted. Yeah, it's only while they're healthy. That's correct. That's what I said. But that doesn't tell you how long the slow... Your bleeding affects slow, healthy enemy... Wait, hold on. There is no timer? So what happens if you hit them and they go to 50% health? We need to experiment with this. They're only slowed while they're healthy. Okay, yeah, it's worse than I thought then. That's probably why I feel so weak. Okay, so if we just hit them... They don't look slowed. No one's getting slowed. Now they're slowed. The one on the left is slowed. This one's slowed right now. Now it's gone. So I can't... So you can't physically slow them before. I'm still hitting for 5 million with my Hoda, though. I was getting a little over 9 before the patch. Robin. Robin. Did you just come in here and say, I didn't notice a big nerf, and then you said I was doing 9 million crit, now I'm doing 5 million crit? That's not a big nerf. Okay, continue. I hope you enjoy season 1. Sounds like you're gonna do great. How many millions do you need? Numbers go up in my game? So they are only slowed if they are above 80% health and then they are released. Yeah. Not a big nerf, by the way. Bro. Oh. Look, I'm not one to call first-time chatters brain dead, but you're making a case for barbarians, my dude. Did I pick the dumb class?
Hammer smash. Big number enemy die. I strong man. I love Blizzard. Patch good.
That's why I chose Barbarian. I don't want to think, just spin and big number. I think that enemy got the point. My vulnerable damage was 30k, now it's 10k. I'm a level 70 Necro. I'm still interested in this slow thing, because they're not slowed. Wait. They're also not bleeding. Can ghosts just not bleed? Is that a thing? Or is it only core skills? They have to be bleeding. I know. I know that they have to be bleeding. Oh, I have to be, okay. Hold on. I have to be berserking. But I can't be berserking because I deal too much damage to them and get them under 80% before that happens. Enemies? Enemies? Mod check? Okay. I'm berserking. I do too much damage. Yeah, deal too much damage for them to be slowed. Swap your two-handed sword to basic technique so you can take test swings. What do you mean? Yeah, if you do that one, I have Berserk. If they're just under 80%, they can't be. Yeah, if your first swing takes them under 80%, that's why I'm so weak now. Okay, My entire build was dependent on that for a lot. Because if I can't slow them, then I can't get an 18% increased crit strike chance. So I'm losing 18% crit. It's more if you have Wrath. I also have Wrath, yeah. So I'm losing 18% crit. And I'm losing the crit strike damage from not critting 18% of the time. And I'm not generating Fury because I'm not critting. So, yeah. It's been fun, chat. This build was fun. Everyone else's good build got worse, or my crappy build got better. What's your crappy build, Dan? And what level are you? But yeah, I don't think that there's another way to apply slow. It'd be crowd control. I can knock down and stun, and that's about it. With ground stomp. Which, by the way, immobilized, stunned, or slowed, there's this really annoying thing about ground stomp, where it clearly says that it stuns surrounding enemies for 4 seconds. This has nothing to do with the patch. This is just my general annoyance, but if you go into a crowd... Did they fix it? Did they stealth fix it? Because it half the time it knocks people down instead of stuns them. They might have fixed that. Because now they're all being stunned. Yeah, they're all being stunned. Interesting. That may have got fixed. But yeah, that's the only way I can apply any kind of, get the 18% crit. Immobilized, stunned, or slowed. This is just a taunt. Kick just knocks them back and knocks them down. And or stuns them. Charge is a knockback. Do we have any other slow? Leap. But that trades off the 40 Fury generation. Pulls enemies. The Thorn's passive applies bleed, 1 point on each. Yeah, but... Oh, you're talking about, this one right here? Gain 109. They have to hit me, though, for that. So it's... If I'm leaping in and stunning them, that's going to apply very infrequently. It's mostly just that the fact that they won't be healthy. Hamstring is absolutely dead. The issue is that even if I do apply... I don't have any problem applying bleed. I apply bleed while berserking. The problem is that the bleed doesn't slow them. Ever. So... No Mercy is only good against stunned enemies now. Hamstring is useless. Yeah, hamstring is useless. So I don't know. My character is worse than most, I would say. Because the reason why it's worse than most from this patch is that I need the slow, which I can't get any more consistently, in order to generate 18% crit chance, which I need consistently because I need to crit in order to do basically everything. Not to mention damage. Damage is a good one also. Damage is one good reason, but a lot of my Paragon stuff requires crit. So, swapping weapon has an 18% chance to cause a skill's damage to crit. That's good. I needed it for Wrath. How high is your crit chance without that 18%? Well, I mean, if you think about how much is 18%, a perfect rolled ring is 7.5. So if you had 2 perfect rolled rings, that's 15%. So losing that 18% consistent crit is like losing more than 2 rings. And then I have 12% on my gloves. So it's like losing gloves and a ring. Is it worth building stun versus slow? I already have stun. I have ground stomp. It's just that typically the way that you would want to play this build is you want to jump in, which would generate fury if it hits someone, start doing double swing, and then stun them, sort of, those who were still alive after the first volley. But my crit chance is 35.3%, which is fairly low, increased by 18% when I switch weapons, increased by 18% when they're stunned or slowed or immobilized. So it would have been a 35 plus 18, which would have been 53, plus 18, which would have been 71. I'm on the fence of picking this game up. What's your recommendation? I would wait now. I would wait for Season 2 and look again viral. Yeah, I would wait till 3 months from now and check in again. If you're jumping in now, you won't know the difference. Okay, but the game was already hard. Now it's harder. Like the new player experience in Act 1 and 2, I don't think as a brand new player who doesn't have skill points in the bank to put you know, you're gonna have at least 5 skill points and then pretty quickly get 5 more free skill points. That's going to be something a new player doesn't have from Renown. So starting out from scratch after all these changes and after all the debuffs to survivability and stuff, and only having your baseline skill points is going to be even harder. Your XP just got nerfed. It's going to be even slower to progress. It's more grindy now. Time to kill just went up on every mob. Yeah, it just I wouldn't. You're still welcome to join the community clan if you'd like. I'll invite everybody in, but yeah, I'm this character is dead for me. That fast. I'll have to go back to the drawing board and like rework everything because it's entirely dependent on crits and doing crit damage. So. That was the entire point. And even if I stun, I'm dealing less damage because they nerfed that ability also. But yeah, my Fury generation was terrible. I gotta rework this entire barbarian now. Like, I'm not trying to overstate, but doing one nightmare dungeon and one regular dungeon was like, that was enough. That was torture. And the fact that there's no other content that you can do besides nightmare dungeons, that's the most egregious part, I think. You're forced into nightmare dungeons, and all the nightmare dungeons are like pulling teeth now. Like, I'm willing to give Season 1 a try just to start a new character, because I wanted to play a new character, but... I wish I got to level 100 before now. I think that's my main regret, is not just... Like, I feel like the people who are grandfathered into level 100, who did it, who, like, put in the time and, like, grinded before this patch are hugely rewarded. I wish I could just, like, not see that my character's only level 88, and I don't want to play it anymore after it got killed. Gold to respec isn't the problem. Like, I have plenty of gold to respec skills. The problem is all of my items have to change. I have to rework aspects, which of course you know, because of the way aspects work, if you only have one perfect aspect and you use it and you didn't hoard it. And then on top of that, I'm trying so hard to get like crit damage and vulnerable damage affixes, because that's how the system was set up, and then having the legs cut out from under them. So really, like, the actual paying for respec on the Paragon board and in the skill tree is very easy. That's not the problem. The problem is, like, replacing all the gear rolls. They honestly just should have grandfathered in the gear that's currently in the game. And then just change, like, I feel like retroactively nerfing everybody's build in like a ARPG is, especially when they're all about to get soft retired by the season anyway, is very weird. Like, in theory, the season is going to compel all of us to start new characters, so those old characters on the Eternal Realm aren't hurting anybody. Crit and Vuln are still probably the best, it's just much worse. Yeah, basically. Like that one chatter was saying, they went from like a perfect 9 million crit build to a 5 million crit build at level 99 or 100. So if you take that, that's like 40 to 45% nerf. And they were happy with that too. Like that, those are sweeping nerfs. That's not like a tweak. That's like a reevaluate your worldview on what you think about this game type of nerf. Like, if they want, I understand that they clearly want it to be that difficult from a fundamental perspective. The question is, will people who already played for a month the way that it was accept that change in that paradigm shift? Is it safe to say you won't be racing to the top in the next 2 weeks? I'm trying to figure out what to do, because the whole point of the race was I was going to be racing against chat, and now, like, I don't want to play that shit. So I don't know, dude. Like, that was a nuke, man. I'm honestly impressed. But I also don't want, I hate that I hyped people up and then am pulling the rug out, but that's how it feels on my side. So I feel like I would enjoy better tweaking after playing it myself. Like, I know some of you are less displeased than I am. And I'm not trying to convince anyone to stop having fun. It's just I'm on my stream, and on my stream I give my thoughts. And you are here listening. And it's okay to disagree with my takes, but this is also the only platform I have to give my takes. That said, I don't think it was even close to just hypothetical. Like, I would say that because of my specific build being affected more adversely than others, with the passive change, because a lot of my build was dependent on that passive that got nerfed. So that's going to affect my outlook more than the usual. So it's not just vulnerable, crit, and everything, and strength and everything else. It's also like one of my most important passives got removed from the game, basically. So with that in mind, my character went from doing nightmare dungeons with ease and power that were enemies were 12 to 13 levels higher than my character to struggling to do a normal dungeon, which now features enemies 5 levels lower than me. So I just don't think that's fun. Like, I don't, they made these weird changes to make you feel more powerful, per their own words, with the scaling and the difficulty. Quote, "We want to give players a better sense of their power progression and mastery over the world, while still challenging themselves with structured in-game activities. Like, I'm getting my ass kicked by regular dungeons with lower level monsters. I have a much worse sense of my power. I feel like I'm back struggling through World Tier 2. So, just not into it. I don't feel like I'm overreacting to a small tweak or something. It feels like they nerfed everything so people feel forced to play seasons to get that little power back from the seasonal mechanic, thereby selling season passes. That's not how it works. There is no selling power. Everyone gets the same seasonal mechanics for free. So that is not what we're angry about. That's what I was struggling with too, man. I couldn't even finish one normal dungeon without dying a bunch. Yeah. Copium players will open their eyeballs when the devs will open their eyeballs. By the way, chat, if you got the Ultimate Edition of the game, you actually don't have to use your Season Pass on this season. You can save it. Fun fact. So if you'd rather use your paid Season Pass on the next season, you can just save it. The people that had mid armor before the patch must be completely effed. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, if you were barely survivable or squishy before, you are exploding now, because I was very strong, like very optimized. My build was incredibly optimized for level 88. I only had one or two items that I still needed to roll great affixes for, and regular enemies 5 levels below me are almost chunking me and killing me. So I used to clear 60s, 70s, and I can't even do a 55. Struggled at a 45. Very painful. Yes, that's what we just came to the realization of also, Sirocco. But yeah, you can... Even giving them the absolute maximum benefit of the doubt, the whole thing comes across as either tone deaf or dishonest. Yeah, that's why I said it feels like too many cooks in the kitchen. It feels like this patch was helmed by a different project lead than whoever was responsible for the emergency patches that came out recently. Whoever helmed the last 2 or 3 patches I felt like had their ear to the ground of the community and was like giving the people what they wanted. And whoever helmed this patch was like cracking a whip. Is it wrong of me to say that the last couple patches that came out that added like Nightmare Dungeon teleportation, buffing XP of Nightmare Dungeons, buffing XP of... Like, I know that they buffed XP for Whispers here, but they buffed Whispers last time. It was a pretty good patch. And then the patch before that with a little bit more quality of life stuff. I feel like that patch embodies Joe, and this patch embodies Rod. Those of you that pay attention to the dev meetings will know what I'm talking about. What's the point of taking away sigil dust from Whispers? I don't know. How do we get this nerd to stop talking and put on Derail Valley? You assume that my disappointment is limited in scope to just Diablo 4, but what you need to know is I have played this game almost every single day since it came out off stream, even if it's just for 30 minutes to an hour. So this is a cataclysmic change in my day-to-day, like, free time activities, where this is now a morning stream with a U. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Just got here but feels bad, man. So yeah, I wish it was as easy as like, oh, I didn't really like, had a bad experience with Little Game, but this is like a lifestyle change now. Like, I don't know what to do with my free time now. Because I was also, it also sucks the wind out of my sails because I wanted to do this whole Diablo competition, and like, I'll be honest, I don't even want to do that anymore. But if I end up not doing it, I'm gonna find some competition that you guys can do that's more fun, and then give the same prizes for that. But it's just like, if I do the competition after visibly and vocally being disopposed to the patch, and I don't even play, then it just, I don't know. You could keep doing chores in real life instead of in Diablo 4. Just play Source's plan, it's fine for non-meta builds, but every build needs vulnerable, crit damage, intelligence, or main stat. And armor. So that doesn't really matter. But yeah, at this point I want to do like a competition for something else. I think you just start a new character with the new season and see how it goes. Yeah, but how do I put this? The Barbarian was my baby. And it feels like Blizzard took my baby. Okay? And if I try and make a new class and see how it goes, that's like, you can lose a pet and then go to the pound and come home, but that doesn't replace the pet that you lost. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different thing. You weren't kidding. My 52 Earth Bear can barely do a cellar on T3. Good luck. We weren't exaggerating. Unless you're a level 100 who's doing 5 billion crits instead of 9 million crits, of course. Those are the exception. Like, I didn't even mind having to replace them with a seasonal character, but I wanted to at least know that that one was still there, that I could go back and, like, play. Basically everything got nerfed. Yes. Effectively everything got nerfed. I would actually say, chat, that this single patch is probably more devastating than... I'm trying to think of... I've played Marvel Snap. And then MMO-wise... SWTOR, WildStar. I'm trying to think of any online game that had a patch that was at this level. And I can't think of one. T5 in development. Will Blizzard backtrack? Absolutely. Oh, I have no doubt. Like, it's... Absolutely, this is just a revert. I don't think they're going to revert everything. I think they're going to revert a lot. And the unfortunate part is that here's how it's going to come out. When you have this much that's the community is reacting to poorly, when you give a little bit back, it's almost like you put a plate of food in front of them, you take the entire plate of food away. Now, they did have a plate of food before, but if you just give them the bread roll that was on the plate, I'm so hungry. And here's one morsel of the main, you know, like if you just give back a third of the food that you had, suddenly it's like, oh my god, thank you, this is playable. It's like a I don't think they're doing it on purpose necessarily, like this is some insidious thing, but it's like taking everything away and then giving like a third of it back, and you're like happy with that because it could have been so much worse. Companies love to bait with the overdone nerf and then walk it back to the nerf that they wanted. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily being done on purpose here, because I think that Diablo 4 is too precarious of a game release for them to be playing with fire like that. But yeah, the top. I know that Reddit is always angry, but they are worked up into a frenzy. All of the like Twitter posts as well. Let me see. Frothing. Very much frothing. Oh boy. They've already gotten some response out. We have been hearing feedback 49 minutes ago. We have been hearing feedback from players regarding some of the changes. We are going to have a campfire chat later this week on Friday to talk more about it. We will have more details timing in the next day. Thanks again for the feedback. That's gonna be... I am gonna make a prediction now that this is just going to fan the flames. I actually like Adam. Like, I think Adam's a good community manager. I just think he got served... you know, when you're the community manager, you don't get to choose what the patch notes say. You just have to take it all on the chin, and it's a very unforgiving job. Because this max roll, when max roll, oh my god, I'm curious. Dr. Lupo is weighing in on why they hate him so much. My damage is unfun. Thank you, Bugs. Looking forward. Listen, you can't take the top comments on Twitter for anything anymore. It's all this blue checkmark bullshit. Okay, so you actually have to scroll down past The people who should be paying me $5 a month instead of Elon $8 a month, and get to the real comments. My character is weaker every time I log on. I think it goes again. My character is weaker every time I log on. I was so happy this morning, excited about possible changes. I came back from work, read the patch, and destroyed my anticipation. It's sad. I like D4. See, that's where I am. Like, I like D4, but what the hell are you doing? So the reaction to the patch is going well. Yeah, super well. As a casual player, don't want to play anymore. Appreciate your hard work, Adam. I like this post. But please pass on the concern of how tone deaf these changes are, slowing down the game and making every build worse. They're not exaggerating. Does not make it fun challenging. It makes us not want to play. Does Fist of Fate unique aspect only trigger on lucky hit or on any attack as stated? It should be any attack, target chicken, but I haven't used it myself. Thanks, Adam. My 2 cents, a lot of blowback may have been avoided with a PTR, or at least allowed for a chance to be explained. There's a lot of doomsaying, etc. floating around, but there are nuggets of good feedback. Just have to wade through the mess. Okay, I'm trying to have a level-headed take. It disappoints me that instead of a robust difficulty curve, you've opted for the add 10,000 times health to all enemies. I think this pretty much sums up the feeling of the community. Path of Exile players, first time? I hope you guys take our feedback serious, because this patch truly showed how just out of touch you all are with us as a community. Looking forward to this crying emoji. Could you answer this one for me? Trying to get 100 before Season 1. I want to see if this will affect current XP to level or... No, this is now. They're like, this can't be happening now. The fact that it really does feel like such a slog is what gets me. Oh yeah, Northern. I did 2 dungeons and it felt night and day different. I played last night. My play experience is night and day different, and it's like not fun. Like the actual playing the game is not fun for me, and it's not even just like because of power. Like it doesn't work. Like I'm having to use generators. You were having fun before? I was, damn it. I had a really good double swing build that was doing counter meta play, and then they frickin' killed it. And it's not just because numbers were lower, like physically pushing the buttons that were supposed to do what they were supposed to, things were different. Feels good. Noticeably can tell the increase in XP earning in World 3. What? And my character is level 50. What do you mean the increase? There was no increase in XP. Unless you're doing Whispers. That's the only increase in XP. Funny how the patch notes kept talking about enabling alternate builds and yours got murdered. Yeah. Like, for me to explain why my build is dead, I just need to say... Imagine that 18% crit is... If you were playing your current build in Diablo 4 and you took off your gloves and 1 ring, and then continued playing the game, how much different... It's like playing with 1 hand tied behind your back. Like, literally just remove 2 pieces of gear. And then continue playing. A lot of us are uninstalling. I like how no hearts, no 2 hearts, 36 hearts. Every time I build my barb, you nerf it. I change it, you nerf it. Cool. I now have a terrible build. I'm done grinding out things. You're just gonna change tomorrow. You said buffs are coming in the last chat, and this patch did the opposite. Reverse the patch. Love the changes. The only thing I wish were different were the levels, dropping in World Tier 3 and 4 because I'm afraid I won't be challenged. I have news for you, Timby Pickles. It's actually more challenging than ever before for 50% less XP. Actually, more than 50% less. I am good. The nerfs do not affect me. I am excited to hear why some of the changes were made. I like the passive powers. More build, less clicks. Can't wait. Fireside chats are great, but this patch did little to inspire faith. As a casual, someone playing Source, this makes me not want to play. I had a sealed penitence cache stuck in my inventory. I don't know. Whatever, you got bugged. Chad, is there no way to tell how many hours you've put into a character? Is there a slash played in the game? I want to know how many hours I have on my barb. A lot of these responses are reasonable versions of why did you fuck this up so bad? Yeah. There's no slash played. It's on the start. Is there on the start menu? How many hours you put in? Hardcore only? Barb still exists in the game. Fixed. Fixed multiple instances of players feeling excited for Season 1. Fixed a bug where Source players were hopeful of the future. Discovered an issue where too many players were enjoying Helltides. Is this going to be a lecture about the health of the game? Bullish on popcorn for Friday's chat. Yeah. And if you dare look at Reddit, this is the top post right now. Spam Nightmare Dungeons. Your favorite build was nerfed. Thanks, Blizzard. Gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. We got the Rage thread in all caps. Patch notes. Not a good ratio there. This part is true. Apparently this is... The Cinder nerf apparently was a bug. Is this old Reddit? Yeah, it's the only one that you should use. Important 500 votes. If you got the battle pass with D4, you can activate that in any season and safely uninstall now until the game is playable and reaches version 1.0. It's funny. Also, not in the patch notes, 50 and 70 are now required to complete capstones to enter World Tier 3 and 4? Really? I can't imagine how annoyingly difficult the capstones are even gonna be now. And not in like a fun way. Can we please revert this patch? I'm doing it now, not fun. It was fun attempting the capstones underleveled. Yeah. Oh, this? The 2 hours ago? World tiers now have a level requirement to unlock. Level gated to 70. Oh, that's what it is. It's this again. If this is an attempt at trying to stop low levels from being carried into higher tiers. Just don't allow it. Simple, holy shit. No, that's definitely what it has to be. Somebody on the dev team was just on a mission to try to stop power leveling. And they did so many different, like, they carpet bombed it. Power level, chat, how many of you guys got power leveled through something? I'm just curious. No judgment, I don't care. But I'm curious, like, how widespread this actually is. Is this a thing? First of all, I don't care. Like, I don't understand why this is being hyper fixated on. Not in Borderlands, in Diablo 4. I power leveled my second druid. I think it mainly happens in hardcore. I power leveled a few friends to 50 plus. Someone says, capstones must be completed solo would be an easy fix. Even Lilith, she isn't designed for multiplayer. You actually have to do it solo now too. I'm not joking. Are they talking about Lilith or capstones? To do it solo. Counterpoint, who cares if people are getting power leveled? Yeah, that's my point of view. Lilith is a capstone. So do you have to do all capstones solo now too? The game feels like it's missing a world tier at 80. Blizzard, okay, we will make world tier 4 start at 70. Yeah, this is like... What's crazy is we already read the patch notes. None of this stuff was in the patch notes, but it's also an egregious decision that makes the game worse. Chat, I am not going to play a seasoned character if you can't even do the capstones until their literal level. And I'm not even the kind of person who beat the other capstones 15 levels ahead of time, right? I did them legit, but I did them like 5 or so levels before I was supposed to get up there, and I stomped. So if I have to wait another 5 levels and grind after they've nerfed all XP gains. So they made it take longer to actually level up while also forcing you to level up to get through the capstones. I'm doing the 70 capstone at 61 so it isn't locked. Well... Something's screwy. Because this is all saying that you do. You can enter, you must be the level to complete. I believe you get an error message at the end if you're not an appropriate level. I don't know. Good luck. I honestly wouldn't even try right now. They said it kept saying must be level 50 to complete. If you're doing the capstone right now, I hope it magically works for you. But there are rumors that you might just get an error after doing all the hard work. True. True about the stash space. Damage control, baby. Yeah, nothing will be changed. Not yet. They're having campfire chat after the patch is live. Yeah, the patch is already live. I'm having a friend jump in to complete my capstone to test. Reddit says that you have to do them solo now, but I don't know who to believe at this point. Some of this is just rumors until, like, I see a confirmation somewhere. Well, yeah. Crazy times, chat. Crazy times. The, I was originally getting on to see the responses to the first patch. I levo bibablo. True. ARPGs are fun, but I wanted to play a Diablo one specifically, yeah. Well, I'm glad that I can at least save my season pass unlock, so that's good. Could be way worse. I'm not really sure how Axioms. This is the effective same thing as dropping a major patch and saying this is what you're going to be playing for 3 months. That's how long a season is. This is the season patch at the beginning of a 3-month season. So I think it's about as bad as it could be. And I feel like a dumbass because I told all my friends, just wait until season 1. That'll be the reason to come back and play the game. They might walk it back. I think they're going to double down on Friday. Or whenever the patch is. I think they're going to double down. I think if they weren't going to double down... I was holding off on playing because I didn't want to get burned out. Seems like that was a mistake. I don't think anybody had any reason to expect you were going to get burned. Because like I said, the last couple patches were quite good. Talx, you're getting cooked in the Diablo group chat for saying just wait till season 1, bro. Oh yeah, no. For sure. Doubling down is less work. In this case, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have any good Steam metrics for this. By the way, I do appreciate the recent subs throughout my whining. Roggleboggle, thanks for 53 months if you're out there. Hi, Roggleboggle. Karta, thank you for the Prime. Howdy. Lutra says, to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Blizzard's patch notes. The humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of theoretical fun, most of the nerfs will go over a typical sorcerer's head. Fair. Thanks for the 22 months, by the way. Saladborn says, thanks for the streams. Hey, thanks for watching. Appreciate it, Saladborn. Great Garwin did Peepo G as well for 21 months. I think I saw both of those. Thanks again. What does Alice think of the patch notes? Probably the same because she's a sorcerer. So. Probably similar. I would expect. But yeah, there's, I don't know. I'm just gonna find, chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna find something else to do for 3 months. My Eternal character is not going anywhere. There's literally no reason for me to play that character anymore. I would have to fundamentally change my build almost from the ground up. And why do that when I can just wait until they inevitably walk back some of the changes and buff my class? Baldur's Gate 3 looking super juicy. Our competition was already going to end on Baldur's Gate 3's day. At this point, I would honestly rather find some other means of the competition because I am upset enough that I don't want to I don't want to get my community behind a thing that I don't want to support. They've already got my money, and I've already got plenty of fun out of it. If they never changed Diablo 4 again, it would be sad, but I would have gotten my money's worth. Whatever, and I'd move on. But I don't want to use that as an opportunity to be like, all right, everyone, let's rally behind Diablo now during this thing that I hate. So I don't want to take back the promises of doing some kind of community competition. I think I just want to reevaluate and maybe take some ideas from chat and the community of how we can redirect our energy. Because it won't make me feel good. In the Baldur's Gate 3 reviews, it says, weird, I tried the new Sorcerer Unique in Diablo 4 and ended up here. Is that, like, on their page? This was posted today, yeah. I am excited for Baldur's Gate. There's a bunch of memes around the... Oh, it's the random teleport joke. I get it. I get it. But yeah, I don't want to play another ARPG. I just wanted to play Diablo 4 and it be good. Which it was. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I wish I got to level 100 before they assassinated Hitman my character. But it was more or less a done character. The only things that I could have changed, I could have added, I needed a different two-handed hammer. I would have liked to have fought Uber Lilith. And I needed one more resource ring. One different resource ring. So. But it was more or less done. Do they delete people's characters every season? No. No, they don't delete characters. They just irreparably damage them by nerfing all their abilities. Yeah, not yet. Marvel Snap competition. But yeah, I think that the experience with Diablo is a microcosm of entropy, just on a very fast scale. Chat. Everything that we enjoy is degrading. Okay, I'm just being like over dramatic for fun. True. The good news is that there will be other things that we can put time and hype into. Diablo Heat Death. I know I've just been ranting about this for 5 straight hours, and you might think, okay, is the horse already dead? No. Like, if you ask me, would you rather play Diablo right now, or Marvel's Snap at the peak of Thanos and Darkhawk? I'd pick Marvel Snap. That was more enjoyable than where we are now. And less confusing. Because at least those changes and those unbalanced things were because money. That at least makes it understandable to me. Like if Diablo... If this was Diablo Immortal and they made all these changes to sell more currency, I'd be like, okay, I hate this, but I understand it. The way that it is now, everyone's already bought the game. They were moving in the right direction, and then the rug pull pissing everyone who's still playing off doesn't even get them more money. So that's what makes it more confusing. That means that it was someone or someone's or a team of people in charge who genuinely had no idea that it was going to piss this many people off, right? Because if you knew it was going to piss this many people off, you wouldn't release it 2 days before your first important season comes out. I guess I should take down the Diablo. The Diablo command is don't. You can still join the community clan if you want. I'll accept people in there if you want some people to play with. The current power level with the new Season 1 mechanics might allow players to collect all Battle Pass rewards too quickly, so they panic global nerfed. Huh. Maybe. So do you think this was an accident? No, I just think it was, like, born out of ignorance. Or maybe something like what Dodo just suggested. So I genuinely don't know. I think it was either someone taking charge of the direction of the game who has a bad vision for the game is maybe best case scenario. And then worst case scenario was it's being done on purpose to stretch out the battle pass. Those are the only two options. For someone who disagrees with or doesn't like the patch. If you like the patch, then enjoy Season 1, you know? I won't try and take that away from you. Derail Valley Season 1 win. Probably just gonna, like, the original plan was we were gonna do Diablo Season 1 on Thursday at 10 a.m. The great news is I don't have to wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday anymore. So I got that going for me, which is nice. And we can just do a normal time stream on Thursday with not Diablo. But yeah, makes my head hurt. Now we can explore the wonderful world of immersive sim vehicle games. We can. Can't believe he paid off the entire studio to release a shit update just so he doesn't have to get up early. He mad about the patch notes? Hell yeah, I am, Richie. I am fuming. I'm actually not mad, I'm just disappointed. I feel more sad than mad. I don't feel the need to reply to, like, Blizzard Twitter in all caps, like, why did you do this? It's more, I'm just sad. Like, genuinely sad. Because I feel like I'm on this cycle of getting really into something full bore, and then like a month, in this case, a month, 2 months, 3 months go by, and then for whatever reason, they take something that I like and then morph it into a, like, this is the season of the Malignant because they need to figure out how to cut the malignancy off of the game during the next 3-month period because they're literally going to kill it. Do you understand? And it's unfortunate to go from the peak of hype all the way down into the pit of despair within 1 month. Just whiplash. The patch notes seem to be made by people who don't actually play the game and just judge it on stats. I would believe that. Absolutely. I think that that is actually one of the possibilities where there's a bunch of data sheets, which reminds me of, this is why it reminds me of Marvel Snap, because Marvel Snap was like, we're super data driven. I think that they just have spreadsheets somewhere that say, here are the most popular affixes. Here are the most popular abilities. Turn that down. Here are the least popular affixes and abilities. No one's using resistances and we can't figure out why. Quick, make more resistances. I don't understand why no one's using resistances. Quick, make that affix appear on shields. I don't understand why Eldridge's Bounty Paragon node is not giving enough resistances. Fix it. Is now granting bonus resistances. I swear that the... Oh yeah. The Malignant. Why is no one using resistances? Quick! We need an entire seasonal mechanic tied to Malignant Hearts that give a special best-in-slot elemental resistance for 40%. And they just don't know why no one's using it. They've already said they look at internal metrics to make decisions on changes. They have everything mapped out to a T on what they want, and are making changes to bring the game in line with goals. I disagree on the to a T on what they want. If they had everything to a T, resistances would work, and damage buckets would not have just been nerfed across the board. The systems would just be left alone until they can be changed at a foundational level. You can't just make everybody shit for the next 3 to 6 months until you figure out how you want to rework your damage system. Because we all know that's going to have a rework within the next year. I just don't know how generous to be with how long that's probably going to take in order to fix. Are you gonna stop playing? I mean, again, I'm not mad, but my character's just not fun to play anymore, so I'm just not gonna play it anymore. I would have to change 50% of my aspects, design a new Paragon board. It basically would be starting a new character, so. My character can barely beat regular dungeons with 5 levels lower enemies than me. Now, after going to Nightmare... Before breezing through Nightmare dungeons that were 12, 13 levels higher than me. So, my only regret is not getting to level 100 before now. They have internal metrics for exactly what they want. Well, you said that. They're not at that, so they're doing sweeping changes in hopes of bringing the game in line with what they want it to be. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that doesn't say anything. They made patches because they wanted specific changes. Yeah, that's why the patch came about. If they didn't want specific changes, there wouldn't be a patch, right? But I don't think that their patching structure has indicated to me that they know what they want, because recent patches and developer notes are contradictory with one another. So patches that came before this with developer notes stating their intent are in conflict with this patch. Therefore, I assume they don't actually know what they want and they're making it up as they go along. And I think that they're incredibly knee-jerk reactionary, looking at the 0.01% best builds in the game, where people are dealing a bajillion points in damage and trying really hard to nerf them, trying really hard to nerf the people who are carrying their friends through content, nerfing the people who have the audacity to cheese their ultimate boss they're so proud of, Uber Lilith, and things like that. And it's a classic case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You're stomping on the people who make you look silly by figuring out all of the different little nuances of the game that you can weave together to create absurd combinations and scenarios, but in the process, you take everybody else, all the 99% everyone else out with them. I find myself doubting that what Blizzard wants the game to be is what I want to play. Like I said, I just think previous patches, and even some of the things that they say in this patch, are opposed to the actual changes, like the one about wanting you to feel more powerful as you scale up above enemies. I was gonna play Barb for the first time with your thingy. No, my build's... I'm glad I never shared it, because losing 18% crit is too much. And the armor. And the crit damage. And the vulnerable. I win your contest. I'm sorry. Well, we're gonna do another contest. The contest and rewards will stay. We're just gonna put them on a different game. Reverted etal. Fix it. Because the reason I wanted to do the contest is because of it was indicative of my own excitement, and now I have none. Very few builds before this were even close to that strong without exploiting bugged mechanics, but instead of fixing many of the bugs, they just dumpstered the skills. Kinda, or just like... They actually did... The reason why I say that they're actually more extreme than the Marvel Snap nerfs is because one of the problems with Marvel Snap was that they were using old data, and they didn't have their ear to the ground to know what players wanted. But one thing that they did do, they were overcautious. So they would never, if they wanted to buff something or nerf something, they would never do multiple angles simultaneously until they would always choose one angle, buff or nerf that, and then sit back and watch and see what happened. In that case, they were too slow. In Blizzard's case, they're too fast. There are like half a dozen angles of nerfs or more simultaneously. And it's like whiplash of how fast that's going, where it's not just nerfing one thing, it's nerfing everything simultaneously. And without exaggerating, it's nerfing armor, it's nerfing your XP, it's nerfing your vulnerable damage bucket, it's nerfing your crit damage bucket, it's nerfing crit damage and on weapons, it's nerfing your core skills, it's taking every single possible source of damage you deal, except for the additive damage bucket, and then taking that down, taking one damage bucket slightly up, and then being like, okay, let's see what happens. It's the equivalent of putting every single drink from the drink fountain into your cup at the same time to see what it tastes like, instead of just like experimenting with a couple of tweaks here or there and then standing back and seeing how that's gonna go. Yeah, and damage reduction nerf on top of the armor. Because yeah, I forgot to mention that one. You're right. There was sweeping nerfs to affixes on all damage reduction simultaneously. Close, distant, bleeding, burning, poisoned, shadow over time, and fortified. Up to 20 to 25%. Total armor. So you've got damage reduction, armor, additive skill bonuses increased, and then every single type of damage nerfed. Any thoughts on the new mechanic? This doesn't do enough. It doesn't do enough to make up for how crippled all of the classes are now. Like, even if you you only get 3 malignant abilities, and you have to trade off 750 armor. You lose 750 armor from skulls, and you get some okay malignant abilities. Some of which are just Paragon glyphs, but now in socketable form. I expected a lot more. Like, even if you take out all of the nerfs today, I don't think that the Season of Malignant is good enough. It's supposed to be 32 build-altering bonuses, and the majority of them are non-starters. So even if you take out all the nerfs, I think I would have played, but I would have played not for any of the actual Malignant Hearts. None of these inspire me when I look at them to go, I want to make a build around that, and that was what they were supposed to do. I would have been more excited to just make a new character and try that. This would have just been like a small bonus, potentially, to like mess with and tweak. I was still trying to push toward 100 Nightmare Dungeon. Highest pre-patch was 85 solo. Post-patch, one shot in 68s. Not much fun. Yeah, I don't know how anybody's supposed to get 100 Nightmare. But yeah, when you combine this kind of meh season, like, I want to say that I think that this is the absolute bare minimum that you could do for a full 3-month season. This is like, your homework was supposed to be a 500-word essay, and this is 501 words. But it would have been okay if not for the nerf. Like, without the nerf, at least there's a couple of sockets that are neat, or might be fun if they scale up to a high enough level. Like, it's hard to tell how powerful some of them are, because they're showing you all of them at level 20. So I don't know what a level 100 character has access to drops-wise. Yeah, it's just Diablo 3 Legendary Gems. But, like, slightly less interesting. And also, you will have to get, like, 3 perfect rings because you want to make sure you have 1 for each socket type. And 3 perfect necklaces because you need 1 of each socket type. And 3 of each other ring, 1 of each socket type. And then you want to collect every single heart, which I'm assuming won't... You'll have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Around 16 hearts that you will need to collect and also put into a chest on top of that with no extra stash space. the patch notes are head scratching, but this is very much a case of we barely finished the game on time and we're flying by the seat of our pants. This is the best we could do. And that's fine. Like, I actually don't mind. Season 1 did not need to blow me away. I just needed the rest of their patching structure to not, well, do what it did today. I just needed them to not release the patch today and then push this out, and we could all just kind of keep playing in peace for a little bit. It reminds me of being a kid, like a little kid, and I would just start crying, you know, because I was like 4. I didn't know what was happening. I was like 4 years old, like preschool. And my dad would turn around and jokingly say, "I'll give you something to cry about." And that's how I feel with Blizzard right now. I just think that Blizzard was like, "Oh, you're back there whining about the current state of the game. I'll give you something to cry about." I would be okay with Season 1 being meh, because I could still play my Eternal Realm character. Yeah, basically that. Anyway, I was not abused as a child. I never got spanked. I would get sent to my room, and my feelings would get so incredibly hurt that if my parents told me to go to my room, I would start crying immediately. And then just sit in my room and just go, and just cry. Without no voices being raised, no nothing. That was it. Just go sit on my bed and cry. That's all they had to do. Just be like, go to your room. Like, oh. Yeah, I saw they were doing a campfire stream on Friday. I'm gonna get some actual popcorn ready, because I'm expecting the double downs. All right, chat. I know that I've just kind of complained for 5 hours. I'm not sorry. I make no apologies. This is the official. I'm having a hair day today. I need a haircut. Just cut it all off. I just had to get it all out of my system because I had to convince myself that it wasn't worth continuing. I'm just gonna say apologies to pulling the rug out from you, but I can't in good conscience continue with the Diablo 4 competition because I refuse. I'm probably just, if I play Season 1 at all, it's gonna be for like one day just to remind myself why it sucks, and then I'm gonna stop. Like I think I'm just not gonna play until I see either a walk back or a new patch. It took a lot to get me to this point, and this was a lot. I went from playing Diablo every day for the last month straight, and this patch has convinced me to find something else to do with my time. So, hence 5 hours of whining. I just don't want to play. I did 2 dungeons. That was enough to convince me. It was actually that bad. I know some of you may think I'm overreacting. That's okay. Just an excuse for trains. Yeah, I'm just like so peeved that I'm kind of just done with the stream. I'm just gonna go like watch TV. And then maybe we'll play some more trains tomorrow. I am planning on streaming, hopefully Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Maybe Saturday, we'll see. Same here, I don't care anymore. Yeah, I just don't care. I went from Diablo 4's biggest fan, to meh. Do you think it'd be fun for a first-timer? I would wait 3 months, Joe Bob. I would wait to see if they walk this patch back or change it for Season 2. Like, if you don't already have the game, I wouldn't get it at this point. Just to be totally honest. I would say play... If you really want to play an ARPG from scratch, either get Grim Dawn or start playing Path of Exile or something. I'm not gonna do that because I already committed all of my hype energy to Diablo and it's been spent. Most emotionally stable patch hater. Yeah, I'm good. Like, I'm sad. I'm not mad. It just makes my head hurt. Because it feels like season 1 for Diablo was a layup. All they had to do was just make the layup, and instead they yeeted the ball for a like full court shot, and it missed the goal and like hit some lady in the face in the crowd and like broke her glasses. Actually gave me a headache trying to understand what they were doing. Yeah. But it was just like an easy layup. Just keep making this the thing you're doing what the community wants. That's what I think feels so diametrically opposed. The last 2 patches were entirely based on community feedback. People wanted to be able to teleport to Nightmare Dungeons. They got it. People wanted more XP from doing their activities. Bam, they got it. Next patch. I decided I actually don't want to listen to you. Gamer. I'm the boss here, and I do whatever I want. Like it feels so it feels backwards from the last couple patches. They like realized they were listening and doing what people wanted, and then they were like, "Wait a second, I make the rules." I feel bad for their community interaction team. Oh yeah, I feel terrible for the community manager. They have a lot of vitriol to deal with. And it's not anything that they could do. Nothing they can do about it. But yeah, if you're a first-timer, the reason why I say that, Joe Bob, is because the game just got significantly harder in many respects. And to the point where if like the patch is literally designed to rub your nose in the difficulty. Like they do not want this to be something that is perceived as easy at all. To a punitive level. So I just don't think that you can be casual in this game and have fun anymore. Especially if you're a first timer. Sounds like patch was bad. Yeah, we just spent 5 hours complaining about it. Kelly McChess. But yeah. The strength of Diablo was it's more casual. I agree. Completely agree. Like, you shouldn't feel like when you log into Diablo of all games and you're in towards the end game and you want to do a Hell Tide or something, like that's going to take a full hour of grinding to maybe get 1 or 2 mystery boxes. And that's it. Or like you have to do all the side quests for Renown, but the side quests don't actually give you any rewards. Okay. And then you have to do Nightmare Dungeons, and they increase the amount of loot that Nightmare Dungeons drop, but significantly lowered the XP. So you play, but you don't level up. Okay, so you want to go in the open world and just walk around and do some whispers. Okay, but all of the enemies who are now 5 levels beneath you both give you no XP because it's 50% reduced, but also can kill you. Unless you're like above level 80. Like I was struggling my build, but that part of that was just my build got absolutely kneecapped. Like there was a key passive that got ruined for me. That was just barbarian specific for me. So I don't know how that is for most other people. So I just don't know what you do as a casual. You just have to do endless nightmare dungeons to get loot, but also try as hard as you can, even when they're only like a few levels higher than you, for much less XP. So, I don't know. It seems all very counter to the casual playstyle, and I don't think it's controversial to say that in a new game, if the things that you have to do at the end are neither fun nor rewarding, then people are just going to stop doing them. Right? But anyways. Top builds are less amazing now, fun builds are now shit, and people who had been experimenting are just shit out of luck. Basically. That's the other reason why I say it runs counter to what their stated goals are. Their stated goals are... The builds emerging from new players have shocked and delighted us. We've chosen to focus Season of the Malignant's balance updates on clear itemization disparities over redesigns of class features. The class changes are largely focused on numeric increases to skill upgrades and legendary aspects that players haven't felt compelling. Additionally, we're changing crit strike damage paragon glyphs to empower all damage instead of only core skills to enable more build strategies. In general, we prefer build-specific changes to be bonuses instead of decreases, but we feel these changes are necessary for the overall health of the game. Also, like, I'm hanging this on my wall. We want to give players a better sense of their power, progression, and mastery over the world. So they've nerfed all their levels. I like to imagine that they made these changes last because they were like, holy shit, these levels are kicking my ass. And someone was like, quick, lower all the mobs by 5 levels to make them easier. That's I feel like that was the last change that was made. But yeah. That's pretty much it. Put that one on the wall. He is still mad. Thanks, Blizzard. Game was better at launch. I don't know about at launch. I think it was just better yesterday. Is what it is. You were looking at patch notes when I left for a walk an hour ago. Yeah, Mr. Sharps, I've just been rambling. Okay, chat, we can ramble all night, talk in circles, or we can just stop. I would say that Diablo has been not living rent-free in my head. I've been charging it rent. Okay, I'm charging it rent, and now I'm about to evict it, kicking it out. So I'm getting it all in my system here, so I don't have to rant about it when I enjoy Happy Trains or whatever we end up doing tomorrow. You know? I'm just compartmentalizing my disappointment. I'm just putting it in a specific box, saying, here it is, and now we can push it out of the way. Eviction takes forever, though. Sorry to bring up a dead horse. This game would have been better if it had an offline mode where we can still play without updating. I think online only is fine. It's just you have to be a good steward. And the thing is, I think in a perfect world, I do prefer the online only if everything else is perfect, or at least like good. The problem is, time and time again, that thought process is always going to win out that offline would be better, and I can't disagree with them, or you, because things keep happening in each of these games to prove that point. And that my ideal utopia world where the good stewards of online-only games exist doesn't exist in real life. I really enjoyed the Diablo lore runs. It was awesome. Yeah, I did too. I'm probably going to try some D4 tonight off stream again just to be 100% certain that it is as... well, I don't know what I can do. My build's broken. I might try and fix my build because I spent too much damn time on it. But I don't know. I still have D3 and D2 installed. Am I going to become one of those people? Maybe. You die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become return to D2R. What would make you come back and play Season 1? If on Friday they announce that they're walking back a large portion of the patch, I would come back for Season 1. Or if the patch only applied to season characters. And then they reverted the patch for Eternal Realm characters. Come leaderboards, people will expect some form of balance. I think that's true, but I also think that trying to balance your game around leaderboards is really stupid. Because, like, who gives a shit if your name is on the top of the list? I'm just saying it because balancing the game around that is bad game design. Nice to find your stream. Enjoy your takes and analysis of Blizzard's incompetency. Enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow. Thanks, Free Solo. Glad you enjoyed. But yeah, I been having a great time with D4. It has been great. Now it's not fun. Oh well. Guess I'll wait till... Luckily, we have plenty of hype games coming out. I think it's actually a good point that Baldur's Gate 3 is only 2 weeks away. I think that's a solid point. And then right behind that is Starfield. Balancing around the top players of a game always punishes everyone else. Yeah. But even the top players are upset. That's the thing, because you're nerfing them specifically. So you end up just making everyone mad, right? You're like targeted nerfing them. Okay, one more thing. How do I move this over? This is Maxroll Twitter. 4 new endgame builds! Live! Like 4 days ago. Chain Lightning endgame guide is up. Up-to-date Battle Pass breakdown. Patch notes are in 45 minutes. What are you guys hoping to see? Patch is out. You're gonna need your morning coffee all over again because it is huge. Massive amount of buffs, nerfs, game modes, mechanic adjustments, and more to bring the game in a more settled state. Okay, patch just released. 32 malignant hearts are revealed. See what they do. How does the patch make you feel? 16,000 votes. Just going from like, guys, look, here comes the patch. to that. Happy, sad. ratioed also. Campfire chat, time to be determined. I don't know what that means, but bloated and gassy. But yeah, they were so happy. They were so happy. Anyway, I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow, dude, but we'll do something. I don't want to burn out on the train game. Like I was intending for Diablo to come in and be like a nice change of pace, where I could direct some hype and then not burn out on the thing that I love. That's not going anywhere. He's gonna do a burnout in a train. I mean, we could learn how to do like a steam engine. I do want to learn the steam engine, and there is another train, but we'll find something else to do tomorrow. Sorry for wasting your time today, and I apologize for wasting your time by debating with the Diablo competition. I did not go to sleep expecting that at all. So, what we're gonna do, if you have some suggestions on games that we can redirect the competition to, and let a bunch of people in the community compete against one another, I would welcome those suggestions in the suggestions channel of the Discord, because I'm not trying to get out of having to give rewards for community competition. I just want a better, more productive way to direct our energy. Because I don't want to force anybody in chat to endure this patch also, in order to try to win. So, it hasn't even technically started yet. If you do want to join the community guild, you might see me online tonight trying to figure out what I can possibly do to salvage my build that I've put like 300 hours into at this point. Because I don't want to have to press, I'm not going to delete it or anything. I'm not going to like, I'm rage uninstalling this game. I'm not like swearing I'm never going to play it again. I'm not being that dramatic. I'm just not going to stream it. And if I don't play Season 1, there's 3 months in Season 1. In that period of time, there will be a patch that adjusts many of the things that were just put into this patch. So waiting is probably preferable. That would be a great clip. Which train game? It's called Derail Valley. It's excellent. But yeah, I guess we'll see what's up on Friday. What time is the campfire chat? If it's during our stream time, I'll watch it on stream. Gonna enjoy camping this weekend and see what's up next week. That's a great way to do it. Yeah, I'm like, wait, give them a chance to respond to the blowback and then lock in your whatever your decision is. There's no leaderboards on this season anyway, so there's no race. You can take some time, see what happens on Friday, see if they double down, see if they walk some stuff back, and make your decision on how you feel then, you know? No rush. He isn't being that dramatic now. Not yet. Thanks, I try way too hard for the 37 months, by the way. Appreciate you. But, thanks for... It's 3 years plus 1, actually. But yeah, I'll see you guys again probably tomorrow, okay? So come back then. If I can figure out something to do. We'll try and find something. Train game is there. I just, like I said, I don't want to burn out on it. I need to find like a second thing. Diablo was going to be that thing, but... I'll look for some new stuff. Alright, I'm just going to take off early tonight and go hang out with Alice and chill. Diablo, it's been fun. You gave me 1 good month, which is less than Marvel Snap gave me. to be fair, took less of my money than Marvel Snap did. Marvel Snap gave me like October, November, December, like 3 full months of pure dopamine, dude. Diablo made it 1 month. For some of you, it only made it like 2 weeks. So sad. I have to take it out of the top 3 games of the year now. It was a good experience until it wasn't. But it just lost its top 3 ranking. New top 3 game of the year ranking is in no particular order: Shadow of Doubt, Derail Valley, and the boat game. The boat game with the hook. Dredge. Yeah. Those are top 3 right now. We'll see what Baldur's Gate does. We'll see how Baldur's Gate is. Oh, Carrier Command 2, but that's not new. But yeah, Carrier Command 2 has been great. I put that at number 4. Alright, Chad, get out of here. I'm sending you all to the void, which is exactly where Blizzard thinks you belong. So go into the darkness, and there you will sleep. But thanks for watching, thanks for listening. Sorry for, again, the debate on the Diablo competition. We'll find somewhere positive to direct our energy. Until then, bye. Check back tomorrow.